and then I'll take care of that. So we are now live streaming to YouTube. We do have some evaluators that are still trickling in this morning. That will give me just a couple of minutes to welcome everybody. Welcome everybody to day 2 of 3. So good morning and welcome to day 2 of the 2025 evaluation meeting for the Non-Highway and Off-Road Vehicle Activities Program. I'm Karen Edwards with the Washington State Recreation and I will be moderating today's meeting, with our last meeting being tomorrow. With me is a team of volunteers who are serving as evaluators for this grant program, where local, state, and federal agencies, nonprofit off-road vehicle organizations, and a special purpose district are requesting funds to develop and manage recreation opportunities in Washington State, along with funds for education and enforcement programs that encourage responsible use of the outdoors. Applicants have already provided written answers to a series of board-adopted evaluation criteria, and now these volunteers will have 10 minutes with each applicant to ask clarifying questions so they can score and rank project proposals, and the preliminary ranked lists will be made available to our Recreation and Conservation Funding Board in April, with a request for their approval in anticipation of potential funding. To learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office and grants available for recreation in Washington State, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. So we still have about 1 minute before our first project. I will go ahead and let's see, we start at 9 o'clock and our first project is going to be the Mount Rainier National Park Repair Wonderland Trail Tread. This is for evaluators 24-2684. I see we have James Montgomery here. Good morning, James. Hi, thank you so much for being here. We're going to go ahead and get you started right at 9 o'clock and just make sure that we give evaluators until then to jump on. So thank you for being here early.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
All right, you bet. All right, so we are right at 9 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and get started. James, if you want to go ahead and just take the first probably 30 seconds to introduce yourself to evaluators and just give a brief description of what you're applying for funding for, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators to ask you questions. So go right ahead.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Hey, everybody. I'm James Montgomery. I'm the trails supervisor here at Mount Rainier National Park. I have a couple of you get to talk to me for 20 minutes because I think I'm next on the agenda as well. But this first project has to do with repairing some sections of the Wonderland Trail that some of which have been kind of like degrading over a period of years. And kind of ties in also with an RTP grant to repair a section of trail that was taken out in a rain on snow event. I'll just pause right there, I guess, and start fielding questions.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, James. Any questions from evaluators for James for this project, or any scope clarification needed? Good. Hi, Denise. Good morning. Go right ahead.
Hi. Can you confirm how many bridges if I thought I did it right, was 17, and are permits currently in process?
Yeah, so with bridges, 17 seems like a big number to. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. I'm getting the RTP element and the Nova element mixed up in my head here. Yeah, so I'll take your first question first. So this will fall under like a programmatic category, like a categorical exclusion for us. And we will probably start that process in August of this year, so that we've gone, through all of the different various consultation processes, and we'll be ready to go hopefully by like late April, early May. And then what was the specific question about bridges?
Did I count correctly when I was reading? Is it 17 bridges that might be part of
17.
this grant or no?
That sounds, yes. Yeah. There are, so that section of the Wonderland Trail, is, well, the entire section is about, a little over 16 miles long, but the section that we're focused on is, 10 of that. And then, also some of those connecting trails, coming into it as well. So out of the Ohana Pakash campground, etc.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Go right ahead, John.
Hey, good morning, James.
Morning.
Because of the Wonderland Trail, and it's not really a question in your grant request, but the Wonderland Trail being such a national attention and so heavily used, people that want to circumnavigate the mountain, what other alternate routes are you going to be able to provide for people while this construction is underway?
So, we're not going to have any alternate routes per se. Like we're, I mean, I kind of, when I think of like construction projects in general, you'll see signs up, sidewalk closed, road closed, various things of that nature. And I mean, I think that kind of serves the dual purpose of like providing for, an element of public safety and also probably reducing, a company's liability if someone were to get hurt. With trails, a lot of times we don't really have that option in our toolbox. And, I mean, honestly, like more often than not, like we just kind of try and keep the job site, like relatively tidy, stop people like, during crux moments when we need to, but for the, in the grand scheme of things, like I encourage people to walk through the middle of my job site, because I want them to stay on that trail, since what we're trying to do is, protect natural and cultural resources. So yeah, there won't be any alternate routes, and I don't expect any long-term closures.
Well, I appreciate it. As a wilderness ranger or backcountry ranger at the park out of the west side for several years in the 1970s, I'm pretty familiar with the project, and obviously very glad to see more work getting done, and including your next one. But I'll wait to comment on your next one. Thanks.
All right. Yeah, thank you. And thank you for your service. It's always good to see another Parky.
Well, it was a fun period of my life. I just never could figure out how to make enough money to make a living. So I always compliment you all for sticking to it. So, all right, that's it.
Thank you, John. Go right ahead, Brandon.
Hey James, how you doing?
Each day's better than the last, Brandon.
Excellent. I just had a quick question on the location of those reroutes. I'm just curious how far in they are for trail crews to be able to access those.
Yeah, so the first one is about, probably close to like 6.5 miles from the trailhead. And the next one is about 1.5 miles further in, so a little bit closer to 8 miles. So yeah, the plan is to, there'll be a heavy youth corps component for this, and we'll be, my my intent right now anyways is to utilize the public shelter at Indian Bar Camp, which is about a half mile from the first reroute and then about a mile from the second one. Yeah, kind of provide a base of operations there.
Awesome. Well, I know how tough it is to get out there sometimes from personal experience as well.
Absolutely. Speaking of
Awesome.
fellow Parkies.
Well, thanks for all the work you're doing out there, James.
You bet. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Brandon. Any other questions for James on this project or scope clarification needs? All right, and James, I'm seeing none, so we'll go ahead and move on to your next project, which is the Mount Rainier National Park Reconnect Trails to Mowich Lake. And this is 24-2711. So James, if you want to just do the same thing, take the first 30 seconds to just give the evaluators a brief description of what you're applying for funding for under this project, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators.
Yeah, sounds great. So yeah, still James Montgomery, trail supervisor here at Mount Rainier National Park. And this, so I'll the Grindstone Trail started in the town of Wilkeson and was completed in 1883. It's the oldest constructed trail into the park, and we still use sections of it today on both the Paul Peak Trail and the Spray Park Trail. There were some sections that were built over when the Mowich Road was completed in the 1950s. And that, like, you know, that segmentation of the trail basically kind of caused it to fall off the map. There were a couple of different efforts, you know, like in the 70s and then again in the 90s to kind of like, you know, put it back on the map, and those fell short after the 2006 flood event that you know, kind of, you know, well, it did a number on trails throughout the state of Washington, really, but you know, we definitely felt it here at Mount Rainier. My trail supervisor at the time was ultimately successful in getting both the West Boundary Trail and the Grindstone Trail put back on the map. So as I'm sure you all know, like, we're like right now in the midst of year 2 of you know, doing some work on the Rainforest Loop Trail and the West Boundary Trail, and hope to have that completed this fall. You know, once we've got that, you know, from Carbon River entrance to Mowich entrance segment of trail completed and brought back up to standard, you know, we need to get across the Mowich Road and then down to the Grindstone Trail, and like make that connection. And then about 3 miles further up the road, there's another short section of trail that was built over. And if we can connect kind of that lower section of the Grindstone with the upper, that provides some really cool loop hike opportunities that you know, really haven't you know, been around for a long time. So there are, I believe, a 10 mile, a 22 mile, and a 30 mile loop hike option. And also the opportunity to improve some area down at the Paul Peak Trailhead and kind of turn that into some overflow parking. So anyways, I'll stop talking and yeah, let you get to your questions.
No worries. That's great, James. Thank you so much. Nicole, go right ahead.
Hi, Nicole Phillips, Motorized. I do have a question. With the latest developments on the Fairfax Bridge and the weight requirements, do you see this to be an issue for visitors for this area?
Great question. I mean, you know, right now we are operating normally. And, you know, in terms of, you know, the construction of the project, you know, we wouldn't anticipate bringing anything in that would require a or that would exceed the weight limit restrictions on that bridge. We do have a workaround and a way to get heavy vehicles and equipment around that if we need to. Right now, my hope is we're going to be able to continue to utilize that bridge as it is until DOT comes up with whatever the fix is for that. That's I can't imagine it's an easy one to contemplate it. I imagine it'll be fairly expensive, but fortunately that part of it's not mine to worry about. And then, I do think with the Carbon River Corridor Cooperative Action Plan and Evans Creek ORV area, up the way, there's a lot of incentive, I think, and a lot of momentum really to kind of, make sure that those connections, are made.
Thank you so much, Nicole. John, go right ahead.
So James, I'm back at it again. By revitalizing and rebuilding this trail, what's the incentive going to be for people not to just drive to Mowich Lake, then walk the trail? Obviously, the trail diminished in the 1950s after the road got built. Any thoughts on the amount of users that would use this trail?
Yeah, so I mean, I think so Mowich Lake has become increasingly popular. I think part of that, I mean, we've always known it was busy. We haven't really had, the infrastructure or the people or sometimes maybe even the direction to figure out how busy until fairly recently. And it I think the timed entry pilot that we did last year at both the White River entrance and then the Stevens Canyon and Nisqually entrances as well did kind of probably push more people over to this northwest corner of the park. I think the fact that Tolmy Peak Fire Lookout is so easily accessible is a really popular hike. But we had a wilderness ranger up there staying at the cabin this summer who was there to count cars and just kind of really be that forward facing person to interact with the public. And there were multiple days where she counted over 400 vehicles parked all the way down the road. And at some point I'm not really sure how the park is going to address that. But at some point it's you might as well park in the parking lot and take the trail up instead of hiking along a dusty road. So, I think part of it is people are coming. So it's not necessarily a build it and they will come kind of thing. But I think it's more of a reconnected and they will use it. It's
Okay.
kind of my thought on it.
Thanks, James. Always curious of a lot of times hiker mentality is get to the parking lot and find the parking spot closest to the trail because they don't want to hike, but then they're going for a hike. So it's always huh? So anyway, thanks, James.
You bet.
Thank you, John. Go right ahead, Brandon.
Hey, so that brought up a quick question that I had on that then. How many access points from the Mowich Road will there be to that trail?
So that's a great question. So there's you're going to be able to access it at Paul Peak. Honestly, you'll be able to access it at the park entrance, which is about a quarter mile below the Paul Peak trailhead. So there's two, and then the trail crosses the road in two different locations. So there's a couple more. So yeah, there will be definitely a variety of access points to be able to hop on that trail in different spots.
Awesome.
Great. Good question, Brandon. Thank you. Any other questions for James on this project or scope clarification needs? All right. I am seeing none. James, thank you so much.
Yeah, appreciate the opportunity to answer questions, and if any more come up, don't hesitate to give a shout.
Thank you so much. All right, so moving on to the next project, which is the Mount Rainier National Park Seasonal Law Enforcement Officer at Mount Rainier. We've got Joshua Ash. Hello, Joshua. And for evaluators, this is number 24-2407.
Hello. Whoops.
Hi.
There it goes. Okay. Hello.
Hi, Josh. Good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
Good morning. Thank you for popping on a little bit early. So Josh, if you want to just take the first 30 seconds to introduce yourself to evaluators, give a brief description of what you're applying for funding for, and then we'll spend the rest of the time getting questions from the advisory committee. And just a reminder, we have 10 minutes set aside for this, and I'll be keeping track of time.
Okay.
Right.
My name's Joshua Ash. Pretty much everyone in the park here knows me as Ash because there are 5 other Joshes throughout the park. Just makes it easier. We are looking at trying to help fund some of our seasonal law enforcement officers, which, as many of you know, seasonal staff is the backbone of the National Park Service's basically employment as far as being able to provide access to visitors as well as protect the resources that are here and ultimately create stewardship with our visitors that come out here.
Great. Thank you so much, Ash. Any questions on this project or scope clarification needs? Denise.
Hi, I have a question about the training. What time of year is the training taken? And is it any of it done in-house, or it's 238,000 when I'm looking at the metrics, unless I'm missing something? So can you give a little more information?
Yeah, so training is typically taking place in like April to May when they onboard. When the seasonal law enforcement staff comes on, they're required to do the 40-hour training. And then it takes about another week for them after they've gotten their commission to then get used to the park and the operations and learn the area. So it's 80 hours per law enforcement officer. And I believe we're asking for like 6. So it'd be 80 times a 6 over the course of 2 years.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Denise. Any other questions for Ash on this project? It looks like that was the only question. Ash, thank you so much.
Yep, thank you for your time. And you can always reach out to me if you have any more questions that show up.
Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you.
All right, next up. We've got the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest Darrington Ranger District. This is their Field Education and Wilderness Patrols project. And it is number 24-2671. I have got a Samuel Webster, or is there someone else that will be fielding questions on this project?
Hi, Karen. My name is Bailey Rumsey. I'm one of the Darrington Ranger District's Wilderness Rangers, and I'm filling in for Sam today.
Great. Thank you so much. If you want to go ahead, well, you just got done introducing yourself to the evaluators, so thank you so much. If you want to give just a quick 30 seconds of what this project is that you're applying for funding for, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators for questions. And just a reminder, we have 10 minutes. I'll keep track of time. So yeah, go right ahead. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Again, my name is Bailey. I'm on Jonathan Sutherland's Zoom account right now. He'll be on for some of the next following grants for the Darrington District. But yeah, so our grant is currently going to be for the Wilderness program here in the Darrington District and our Field Education Ranger program, with a heavy focus on our Wilderness program. The funds are going to enable us to do a lot of different things, but the most important thing, it's going to enable us to sufficiently complete our mission of both saving and protecting both wilderness and the people who recreate on our district, which represents a huge amount of different user groups. So our district is a pretty massive district up in Darrington. If you're not familiar with where that's at, it's about an hour and a half northeast of Seattle, kind of tucked away in along the Mountain Loop Highway and kind of near Highway 20. We have about 275,000 visitors annually on our district, with a heavy emphasis on most of them visiting the Mountain Loop Highway. We also have visitors that go out the Suwato River Road, which connects out to the Suwato River Trail and then over to the PCT. But the main focus is accessing people who are visiting the Mountain Loop Highway. We also have a large portion of Section K of the Pacific Crest Trail on our district, with over 290,000 acres of wilderness. So it's a pretty massive area that has a lot of really remote places that are difficult to access. On top of that, we also are really involved in managing our 5 fire lookouts on the district, some of which are really difficult to access compared to others, as you can imagine. But the things that we'd really like to accomplish with these funds, the good, so to speak, is going to be sufficiently staffing our crew. We're a little bit different from some of our sister and brother districts around us, that we haven't had wilderness rangers for over 30 years. So we've had a huge hole in our area for that we're trying to fill for this particular program. This would enable us to hire 2 seasonal staff that would then assist myself and Sam Webster, who is the other wilderness ranger on the district, to both have a bolstered staff, but also to be able to recruit, train, and maintain a robust volunteer program for our district. It would also significantly, through having more people, we would be able to reach more folks. We have a lot of trails on our district, and with more seasonals and more volunteers out on the trail with us, we'll be able to access more people, hence creating a bit more of a safe environment for our visitors.
Thank you, Bailey. We're going to go ahead and turn it over to evaluators, and we'll start with John.
Hey, good morning. One question, and you touched on it because of the size of your district and the remoteness of getting into some of the further backcountry. What kind of schedule would the seasonals be under? Are they going to be out for 8 days at a time, 4 days at a time?
Yeah, thanks, John, for that question. Yeah, so it would definitely depend on the time of year we'd have them in. The seasonals would be around for our most popular season, so it would be probably from like May to late September would be the season that we're looking at having them onboarded. Since the snow hangs out in the high elevations for so long in so many of our districts, including ours, we would probably have them doing shorter hitches or shorter trips at the very beginning of the season, just because the snow is hanging out in our higher elevations and we don't have as many visitors coming because of that snow. So at the beginning of the season, we'd probably have them doing shorter day trips, maybe a couple multi-day trips between 2 and 3, or potentially even 4 days, depending on the location. And then when we get into that really popular season of like July, August, and September, we'd probably have them doing longer hitches.
Okay, I appreciate it, but let me ask a little different twist. You mentioned the five fire lookouts. Will you be able to have anyone manning something like up at Image Lake or Green Mountain?
Yeah, that's a great question. So that's something that we've pondered in the last few months. We've traditionally had a specific volunteer that has been staffed at that particular lookout out at Miners Ridge in repetitive seasons. He's a super knowledgeable person who has a lot of experience maintaining this particular area. but he's at retirement age and I think is maybe looking to move to a different position. So that's something that us and our volunteer coordinators would be looking at, both training and staffing the lookout with volunteers, or having us as wilderness rangers out there doing like rotating shifts with volunteers to be able to staff those fire lookouts efficiently.
Well, I understand aging volunteers. I'm one myself. But yeah, the reason I mentioned Image Lake was seems like people that hike back in there go, oh, it's okay. The classic pictures are setting up my camp right beside the lake. And that just takes law enforcement. So, all right. Well, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, John.
Thank you, John. Any other questions for Bailey?
I have one. Is the period of time that the volunteers are active the same as your seasonal people?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Richard. I think we're aiming to have volunteers out as much as possible. As many of you probably know, the Forest Service has historically been pretty understaffed. That is no different now, and we're hoping to be able to bolster our program with a pretty robust amount of volunteers. Comparatively to other districts, we're not as close to Seattle, we're not as close to the I-5 corridor, so we've had a bit of a tougher time getting consistent volunteers here every single season. So this particular grant would help us be able to have volunteers for a longer amount of time throughout the season, hopefully for the busy season specifically, but it also would help us have pretty consistent volunteer staffing for also our Bald Eagle River program, which is during the winter months. So it kind of depends on what the volunteers would be doing. Are they doing some wilderness work? Are they doing Bald Eagle River work? Are they doing like trail work, small trail maintenance projects, or digging some of our backcountry privies? I think that would dictate how long they'd be going out to do those specific projects, but always the longer the better. So I would say it's probably going to be pretty similar to what our seasonals are doing, but it just depends on how many volunteers we'd be recruiting.
Right. And in the proposal, it states volunteers do education and enforcement. I assume that's more education and encouragement.
Totally. Yeah. We're definitely a district and an agency that prioritizes education first over enforcement. It's really important to kind of extend the hand and try to show visitors the way in which we're trying to protect our wilderness areas and our resources. So we usually will go in with an education first approach and only use enforcement when absolutely necessary.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Richard. Holly, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Holly English with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I'm an ex-wilderness ranger from the Gifford Pinchot, and I'm so surprised to hear that you haven't had regular ranger staff since the 90s. Really underscores the need. And my question being, do you have a trail crew? And if not, are trail maintenance duties going to fall primarily on the rangers and volunteers?
Awesome. Thanks, Holly. Good to meet you. It's always nice to meet past wilderness rangers, so good to see you. Yeah, so that's a great question. We do have a trail crew here. Our trail crew is also funded primarily through RCO funding. So it definitely will depend on how successful our trail crew is in our grants cycle coming forward. That will tell us how many people will be able to fund for our trail crew in years to come. But yeah, while we're out, we do a lot of trail maintenance that our trail crew can't get to because they're so focused on some of our more popular trails or some of our larger projects. So when we go out, we do a lot of like crosscut work in the backcountry. We do a lot of hand sawing. We do a lot of minor tread repair. Things that we can just get to quickly that we can take care of so our trail crew doesn't have to take care of it. So yeah, we do a lot of trail work while we're out. I would suspect that we want our trail crew to be able to do as many projects as they can because they're trained experts who have many years of work in doing trail repairs. So while Sam, myself, and volunteers and potentially 2 seasonal wilderness rangers will be doing some more minor projects or maybe assisting the trail crew at times, we primarily want to keep the trail crew doing our like heavy trail maintenance projects. Even though I think Sam and I really enjoy being involved in those, I do think that we'll probably take a minor role in that, just getting to stuff that needs to be gotten to that's pretty remote and difficult to get mule assistance with.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Holly. Okay, we are at time on this project, but if we have any last minute questions, and I am seeing none. Bailey, thank you so much for joining us.
Cool. Awesome. Good to meet all of you, and thank you so much.
All right, and moving on to the Darrington Ranger District Trail Crew. This is 24-2392. And do we have Bridget on? Or is there someone else that will be fielding questions on this project?
Yes, this is Bridget here. I'm under the name of George.
No worries. No
Not
worries.
in Washington State.
All right. So Bridget, just a reminder, you have 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes set aside for Q&A. And if you would like to take about the first 30 seconds to introduce yourself to the evaluators, provide a brief description of what you're applying for funding for, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators for questions for you.
Great. My name's Bridget Wisniewski. I've been working on the Darrington District for 35 years. Taken over the trail maintenance program and also the wilderness program in that time. This grant, what we're going to be asking for is just money to hire a district trail crew. The numbers will just depend on how many people we can afford with what we get. Let's see. I generally use the trail crew for heavy maintenance projects, like blasting complex trees to take out, some heavier tread work where the skills of youth crews and the volunteers aren't quite at the level that they would need to be to do the work. So heavy maintenance is the major focus for the crew.
All right, thank you. Oh, go right ahead, Bridget.
No, go ahead, ask questions.
All right, great. We'll go ahead and turn it over to evaluators. Any questions for Bridget on this project?
Not one?
Or clarification on scope. Go right ahead, John. Thank you.
Well, I didn't want Bridget to get off easy without at least somebody asking a question. I don't really have any specific questions other than Bridget. I know you got a big area to work, and as a user of those trails, I just greatly appreciate everything you've all done. Knowing if, say, you get the crew, where would your focus be? What's your highest priority? Because I know you've got a lot of them.
So the highest priority the past couple of years has been to get back on the PCT. As Bailey mentioned earlier, we have 54 miles of the PCT, but none of it is accessed by road. It's all by trail. So we either, it's 7 to 8 miles of access trail just to get to the trailhead, to get to the PCT in order to do the work. And a lot of this is low land elevation trails that require heavier maintenance than some people might be used to just because of the old growth trees we deal with and some of the issues that we encounter in the North Cascades. It has been hard for us to get back there. There's a section that's 30 miles from either trailhead, and been trying for the past, since 2017 to get back there, but because of the fires, the floods, washed out parts of the trail, it's been impossible for us to do. I'm hoping to do it this year. We'll see what happens. So that's part of the game plan right now, is to get back to some of that more remote stuff and start fixing it.
Well, Bridget, you read my mind. A lot of social media has really been hammering on that condition of the trail back on the backside of Glacier Peak. And I know you really had the crew and ready to go last summer, but the fires kind of created a problem. So again, I just really appreciate everything you're all doing, and after 30 some odd years at the district, I hope you're gonna be there another 30. That's all I got, Karen.
Well, thank you. I don't think so.
Thank you so much, John. Go right ahead, Holly, and then we'll go with Lance.
Hi, Bridget. I'm Holly with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Hello.
Hello. You mentioned in your application that the Glacier Peak Institute, Student Conservation Association, and Northwest Youth Corps have contributed in the past. Do you think you'll be able to contract or leverage the work with any of these volunteer organizations this year?
I still use those organizations. Glacier Peak Institute is located in Darrington, so it's a pretty easy for me to work with them. I generally use them more on the front country trails where access for them is not so hard. Also, the camping's a little bit easier. What I found with like some of the youth corps is their skills aren't quite at the level they need to be to go into the backcountry. So let's say like 10 miles in. Mm-hmm. So I like to use a combination of the youth crews, other volunteers, and then also contractors to get the work done across the district, to get as much as we can over the course of the year.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Holly. Go right ahead, Lance.
Is there any plans to reopen White Chuck Road and reopen up all the trails up there and up towards Rat Trap Pass, or even just some of the lower trails since that's all closed?
Oh, there's always plans. Whether they'll come to fruition is another question. I think the district is working on a relocation of the road on the 23 road, which is the White Chuck Road. I don't know where that's at or if we actually have the funding for it. I mean, long term, we would like to get some of the further back. I don't know about the White Chuck Trail itself, but there's the Meadow Mountain Trail, which still gets maintained from the Circle Peak side. And I don't know. I've got the White Chuck Bench Trail and the lower part of the White Chuck drainage. And we're trying to maintain, well, we are maintaining that trail. It's just that some of the ways that made it easier to do it, the roads have washed out and made it a little harder for us to necessarily get the work done easily. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance. Any last questions for Bridget on this project? All right, I am seeing none. Bridget, thank you so much for joining us.
You're very welcome. You guys have a good day.
You as well, thank you. All right, we're gonna go ahead and move on. Again, Darrington Ranger District. This is their Mountain Loop Scenic Byway Recreation Project. It's number 24-2393. And do we have Jonathan? Good morning, Jonathan. Welcome.
Morning, Karen. My name is Jonathan Sutherland. I'm the Recreation Management Specialist for the USDA Forest Service in Verlat, part of the Darrington Ranger District. This grant would be used to fund seasonal employees to assist with the front country recreational work, which includes maintaining and the cleaning of facilities that front country visitors use, such as trailheads, day use areas, picnic areas, and things of that nature.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jonathan. Any questions for Jonathan on this project? Any questions or clarification on scope? Well, I take that as a good sign, Jonathan. I am seeing no hands. John, did you have something?
Yeah, I figured if somebody should hold him accountable for some question.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Jonathan, you're on the application you're showing 50,000 possible visitors a year, Nova users. How do you come up with that number?
So those numbers were uh, accumulated over a project work done by the I believe is Washington State University. They conducted monitoring systems throughout the trails to count users not only on the trails but people. It's in conjunction with people who do come through the service center. As well as campers at campgrounds. So it's an accumulation of all those numbers. And I can add those project reports into my grant if you like.
No, that's okay. I just was curious. The number seemed low to me.
It wasn't
Especially
50,000. I believe it was 250,000 a year.
that sounds better because
And that is
I
between the months of May to October, I do believe. So those do not account for the winter season recreators as well.
well, I was just gonna say, I think you get 50,000 people at the Heather Lake trailhead through the summer, and that's just one spot. So
Yes, sir.
anyway, okay, so the number is actually considerably higher then.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks for the clarification.
No, my pleasure. I apologize for the typo.
Good clarification, John. Thank you for that. Any other questions for Jonathan? All right, I am seeing none. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, and that brings us to our first break of the morning. We are running a little bit ahead of schedule. So do we have Hansel from the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest on, or somebody who will be answering questions for that project?
This is Mike Schlappen of Mount Baker Snoqualmie. Hans is not available until 10.
Until 10. Okay, so why don't we go
Yes.
ahead and take a break until 10 o'clock? And then we'll join right back on about 15 minutes early at 10 o'clock and get started again. So have a nice break, everybody. Hello, Hansel. Hello, Hansel. Can you hear me okay? Hi, Hansel. I see you took yourself off mute. Can you hear me okay? We'll give Hansel just a couple minutes. Looks like he might be having some technical problems. Looks like we've got Hansel connecting. And we are right at 10 o'clock. Evaluators are just coming back from break. It looks like Hansel is connecting to the meeting, so we'll give him just a moment to do that. Hello, Hansel. Oh, cannot hear you. Can anybody else hear Hansel when he talks?
This is Denise. I cannot.
You cannot either. Okay. Nope. Hansel, can you hear us, Hansel? There we go.
Any better?
Yep. We hear you.
Great.
All right. Denise, can you hear him now?
I can.
Fantastic. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you so much for popping on early, Hansel. We do appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and get started. So as a reminder, this is the Mount Baker Ranger District Trail Maintenance Project, and this is number 24-2596. We've got Hansel here who will be answering questions for evaluators. And Hansel, if you want to just take the first about 30 seconds to introduce yourself to the evaluators, and then just a brief description of what you're applying for money for funding for, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators for questions.
Yeah, sounds great. Sorry about the audio delay there. I had to unplug from our fancy array here to just do this like straight up off my laptop. So thank you, everybody. My name is Hansel Klausner. I'm with the Forest Service, and I'm the North Zone Recreation Program Manager, of which Trails is an important part of the Mount Baker and Darrington districts. But I'll be speaking to the Mount Baker proposals specifically today. So you get me for the next 4 proposals. So enjoy this shiny head speaking to you. So the first proposal that we've put forth is for it's a recurring proposal. We consistently need assistance with our trails management program, and specifically going into this next couple of years, 26, 27, we have some pretty large projects that we have in mind that we'd like to endeavor in. Currently, we have made two trail crews with two trail crew leaders, one at the north end and one at the south end of the Mount Baker Ranger District. So we can tackle some big projects in Baker Lake area and the south area, as well as up in Heather Meadows and Artist Point and the northern area. So we've got two trail crew leaders who've been with the forest a long time, and hopeful that we can have them outfitted with crews to work on some pretty large projects. One of them specifically is the Baker Lake drainage, the Baker River drainage as a watershed is being looked at for doing a landscape environmental analysis, of which the recreation program is trying to identify projects that fit into that process so that it can be analyzed by specialists to do recreation improvements. Not much for expansion, except for in some small locations where we'll talk about later. But that's probably more than 30 seconds, and I'm just going to stop there.
No worries, Hansel. Thank you so much. Any questions for Hansel on this project? Hi, Trip. Good morning.
Hi. Yeah, good morning. Hi, Hansel. I'm representing the hiking community, and you don't need to convince me of the virtue of supporting your area. I am curious if you could maybe talk a little bit more about project support. This was the section in the in your entry that was a little bit shorter. I mean, maybe it's self-explanatory. A lot of people support it, but could you just expound a bit on your supporters?
So our supporters tend to be partners like Backcountry Horsemen if we have needs to go into wilderness areas. We also have support from WTA, who've consistently been a good partner with us to do some of the redundant, for lack of a better term, trail maintenance. And so, we have, Pacific Northwest Trail supporters, and, those groups as also WCC have been stepping up to partner with us on larger projects, and larger, just in all-encompassing maintenance. Is that what you were hoping to get to, Trip?
Yeah, thanks. You'd mentioned in the response that users, advocacy groups, and volunteer groups, and just hope to have a little bit more. And I saw 3 letters attached, but the list you just rattled through is helpful. Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Trip. Any other questions for Hansel on this project? Denise?
Hi, a question. You mentioned there's 20 miles of backlog, and I wondered what percentage of that would include bridges, or if bridge work is included in the backlog?
Yeah, it's an excellent question, because bridges are some of our most pressing responsibilities right now. We've got a couple of bridges that haven't been replaced in a year and a half, and so we're trying to tackle that backlog. And so that is bridges are a significant focal point of the Baker River environmental analysis. And so going through the NEPA to either not only just replace bridges, but also reposition them so that they're more sustainable and they are less prone to flooding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Any other questions? Brandon?
Oops. There, I was trying to get the video on. Hi, Hansel. I'm Brandon Lester. I'm here representing the mountain bike community. I noticed that in your mileage breakdown for trail maintenance, pretty much most of it is natural surface trails, but there's 1 mile in there of that 100 that says hard surface trails. I'm curious if that's for like an ADA trail or what that 1 mile is.
Yeah, you're spot on. It's a ADA trail that's got asphalt hardening on it, and that's going to be a proposal that's coming up here in just a few minutes.
Awesome, thank you.
Great, thank you, Brandon. Any other questions for Hansel? All right, I am seeing none. So Hansel, even though I have Seth on here, it sounds like you're doing the next project as well, the
Yep.
Mount Baker Ranger District Horseshoe Cove ADA Trail.
Yep. I'm your guy for all of Mount Baker projects. So
fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
for evaluators, this is number 24-2598, and go right ahead, Hansel.
So one of our most popular campgrounds, Horseshoe Cove Campground, it's got a current ADA trail that is popular with kids on bikes as well as people who are limited mobility. And so we have, through the Puget Sound Energy, PSE, that we have an agreement with them, which created Baker Lake, that if we exceeded our capacity at campgrounds throughout a specific time frame, that they would fund us to expand campground sites to accommodate. And so through that, we are looking to expand the Horseshoe Cove campground to include an additional almost double the sites that we would have in that area. And we would like to extend our ADA trail into that campground. So that's what this proposal is for.
Great, thank you so much for that. Any questions? Questions or scope clarification? Holly, go right ahead.
Yeah, this is Holly English from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. Hi. I had a question about if you could clarify what Puget Sound Energy pays for. You said in your application that they kind of limit funding to camping only, but amenities are not covered. So could you clarify that a little bit more?
Yeah, so the way the license is written with Puget Sound Energy is that the expansion of a campground would only be the money that they would provide for an expansion of the campground would only be for just that, the campgrounds and the campsites, roads and whatnot. But expanding the water systems and the electrical systems and the trail systems, those are the responsibility of the Forest Service.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Any other questions for Hansel on this project? All right, I am seeing none. We will just move right along. So we'll now go on to the Mount Baker Ranger District Shadow of the Centicles project, which is 24-2597. Go right ahead, Hansel.
Okay, so this is a very well-established, very popular trail amongst, again, mobility impaired folks. It is a flat 1 mile loop trail. As noted before, it is hardened in certain stretches, and there's some boardwalk on others, and gravel. And it's seen its test of time and weather. We've had a couple of tree fall events that have crushed some of our boardwalk, as well as some of our interpretive signage. And the asphalt is starting to see wear and tear and degrade to a point where it's kind of not the most usable by wheelchair right now. It's a little bit challenging. but so we would like to just make improvements to the asphalt, make improvements to our interpretive signage, and fix some boardwalk.
Great, thank you so much, Hansel. Any questions on this project? Questions or clarification on scope? Go right ahead, Denise.
Hi, on the usage, you have the people counters. Is that machine or is that actual someone just doing an eyeball? Like
It's a laser counter
Okay.
that was used. Yeah.
Okay.
Great, thank you, Denise. Any other questions? All right, I am seeing none. We'll go on to your last project here, Hansel, and this is the Mount Baker Wilderness Rangers. This is 24-2599. Go right ahead, Hansel.
Great. So Mount Baker Ranger District has a long history of having wilderness rangers being up on Mount Baker, interacting with the public that we don't normally get rangers up to provide education and resource and provide resources as far as trail finding and that kind of thing, as well as safety and provide signage. And so we revived our Wilderness Ranger program last year. It was successful. We were hoping to build on that with this proposal to provide some more tools, provide some more, upgrades to signage. Also to provide our team with some assistance, because our team is 2 people, and we were hoping to give them some support with an additional seasonal employee, and as well as some tools and things that they really should have for doing the work that they do up on in the Alpine and on Mount Baker. So we're pretty limited on our tools that we can provide, and our rangers have they did an amazing job with what they had last year, and they used a lot of their own equipment, and we would like to just be able to supply that as a tool from the workplace. So again, the funds would go towards hiring staff to assist, signage, educational materials, as well as some much needed like alpine climbing gear.
Thank you so much. Go right ahead, John.
And so I don't have a specific question, but more of a comment after your 4 plus 5 presentations. I just want to thank you for all you're doing up there with the resources you have. You got a big area, and as you know, it seems like the number of visitors just keep climbing and climbing. So I just want to say thank you.
Well, thank you, John. That's really encouraging. I appreciate you.
Indeed. Thank you so much, John. Trip, go right ahead.
Yeah, well, thank you too, Hansel. John, you're setting a good example. We are appreciative of all your efforts. I did want to ask Hansel if you could tell us a little bit more about the non-government contributions. So I see there's a lot of sort of qualitative examples offered of different groups that are involved. Do you have any sense or estimates of the quantity of hours that non-government organizations will provide, or the dollar equivalent of the labor provided by volunteers?
Great question. So because we only had 2 rangers last year, they would have volunteers needed to go into the field, because we don't like to send our people just, especially into those level of trails and areas on their own. So we would enlist volunteers to be their partners. on their field work. So there's a network of people that have been super excited to participate. We also have the Mountain Stewards program that we were resuscitating last year, and those folks are willing and able to participate and wanting to be engaged more. So the Mountain Stewards program is still alive, and we're trying to put more life into that. And we also have the guiding community that comes out and does a cleanup on the mountain every year. And our wilderness rangers were integral in participating in that this year. So I think we got about 20 of the guiding community to go up on Baker this summer or late summer to clean up behind, not only just, guided camps, but also private camps or, personal camps for folks. So they're an integral part of our partnership as well.
Great, thank you so much. Thanks for the question, Trip. Any other questions or scope clarification needs for this project? All right, I am seeing none. Hansel, thank you so much. I think that was your last project.
I think so too. And it was lovely. It was lovely talking to everyone. And thanks for all the good questions and clarifications. And if you need anything, reach out to me by email. You know how to reach me.
Thank you so much. All right, so we're gonna go ahead, and we've only been back out this for about 20 minutes now. So I'm gonna see if maybe our next presenter, Alyssa, is on the line. Alyssa, do you happen to be here early? I'm not seeing Alyssa. What about Nick? All right, so we're gonna go ahead and take another quick break. We're gonna go ahead and try to get in touch with our next applicants and see if they can join us quite a bit early. So why don't we come back at 10:40? So that'll give us about 20 minutes and we'll see if we can't get in touch with him. All right, thanks everybody. Have a great break. All right, we are starting to trickle back in from our second morning break. And we do have Mount Baker, Snoqualmie National Forest or Snoqualmie Ranger District. It looks like those are the rest of our projects for this morning. Thank you so much, Alyssa, for joining us early. Really appreciate it. It helps us to stay on, not just on time, but early. So thank you for that. So we're going to go ahead and move on to Alyssa with the Alpine Lakes Wilderness Backcountry Patrol. We're going to go ahead and just make sure that all evaluators are back. We gave them until 10:40. And for evaluators, this is number 24-2517. Alyssa, I'm going to go ahead and keep track of the 10 minutes for the Q&A session. If you want to take about the first 30 seconds to introduce yourself to evaluators and just let them know what it is that you're applying for grant funding for, and then we'll turn it over to them for questions.
Perfect. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you, Alyssa. Thank you.
Perfect. Just to introduce myself, my name is Alyssa Yaklik. I'm the Assistant I-90 Corridor Manager for the Snoqualmie Ranger District out of North Bend. And today I'm just trying to talk about our wilderness program for the South Zone Recreation out of the Mount Baker Snoqualmie. So our South Zone includes both the Skykomish Ranger District and the Snoqualmie Ranger District. And this would help fund our wilderness program that covers 3 different wilderness areas, including the Alpine Lakes, Norse Peak, and Clearwater wilderness areas. So that goes all the way from Highway 2 up in Skykomish, all the way down near the Carbon River, near the Clearwater wilderness. So it does cover a pretty extensive area between our 2 ranger districts. I'm sure everyone's aware that, you know, we are very close to the Seattle and Tacoma metropolitan areas. So just looking that up, like over 4 million people in that area. So we are extremely close. A lot of those people are coming out either up to Highway 2, I-90, the 410 corridor. So definitely very busy wilderness areas. Some of our busy trails off of I-90, such as Snow Lake, can see upwards of 50,000 people just in the summer season. So definitely getting heavy usage. This grant would help us fund our seasonal employees as well as interns that go out and do backcountry patrols, education, leave no trace education, just guiding the public on what proper backcountry etiquette is. Because there's a lot of people out there that, you know, don't have a lot of experience. So this is definitely a way for us to be engaged with the public and helping preserve some of our wilderness areas. This program also helps support a really robust volunteer wilderness ranger program as well. Upwards of 50 volunteers out of North Bend that have done over 4,000 hours of volunteer service in our backcountry, also helping do those patrols and interact with the public. So we're just hoping with this grant that we're able to keep that program alive and have our rangers out there interacting with the public and doing education. So.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Alyssa. Any questions for Alyssa? Sam, go right ahead.
Yeah, I guess it's a comment and a question. Just an impressive amount of donated labor match. So appreciate that getting built into the project. With that amount of volunteer management kind of workload, is that fall on you, or is there a dedicated position with the Forest Service to work with those volunteer partners?
Yeah, so in the past we have had a volunteer coordinator. With current changes going on, that's something that we will have to figure out moving forward of how that's going to work. But definitely the wilderness program, volunteers are still a huge priority. So a little bit of work, but it's going to be figured out.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Any other questions for Alyssa? Go ahead, Holly.
Yeah, hi, Alyssa. I'm Holly with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I was just curious with that volunteer force you have, what type of monitoring and data collection do you do and do your volunteers do?
When we have volunteers or our wilderness rangers going out, what they're collecting is number of cars at trailheads, how many people they're encountering, how many people they're actually interacting with, dogs that they're seeing off leash, if they encounter campfires in the backcountry or rings. So that's all data, how much trash they're collecting as well. That's all data we like to collect, whether it's employees or volunteers.
Thank you. Yeah, that'll contribute to future need applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Any other questions for Alyssa? All right, I am seeing none. Alyssa, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, next up, we have got Nick. Hello, Nick. Thank you for popping on early. Really appreciate it. And I believe you have the next two projects, so we'll go ahead and move on to the Snoqualmie Ranger District Front Country Maintenance Project, which is 24-2581. So go right ahead, Nick, and I'll keep track of the timer if you just want to briefly let the evaluators know what you're applying for funding for, introduce yourself, and then we'll hand it over to them for questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me all right?
We sure can, Nick. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Karen. Yeah, so as Karen mentioned, my name's Nicholas Lichtenstadter. I'm the I-90 corridor manager. I've worked here for 5 years. So starting to get my feet under me here. Yeah, and I'm here to talk about the Front Country Maintenance Grant first. So we've had this grant for 2 cycles now. It's played a huge part in our ability to maintain our front country developed sites, as well as our developed dispersed sites that get a ton of use here on the I-90 corridor, as well as the 410 corridor, so the whole gap of the Snoqualmie Ranger District. We see easily over 500,000 people visiting our sites every year, and that number is derived from research from the UW, as well as our own trail counter data that we have on the district. The money is going to help staff at least 2 front country maintenance positions on the district, as well as helping support other folks' time, including our volunteer coordinator. Just a bunch of time that goes into doing our front country maintenance. In the past, we've been able to install bear-proof trash cans across the district, which has been great. The I-90 corridor is now completely bear-proof with trash cans, which is big help to this grant and something that we're really proud of being able to do and wouldn't have been able to do without this grant in the past. So it's gone to a lot of great work here on the district that's helped out folks visiting, as well as the natural resource as well. The other big thing that we have on this district, and it's nothing new, and I'm sure you've heard it a lot in these presentations, but it's just trash in our developed sites, trash in our undeveloped sites. And we have a lot of great partners that help us out, but this staff can help supplement that, as well as picking up and then disposing of all that trash we see in our developed and dispersed sites. The other big thing is just keeping up with maintenance. As you all know, we have a lot of deferred maintenance on the districts, and these 2 positions between Enumclaw and North Bend can really tackle and keep up with a lot of that deferred maintenance, and hopefully reduce our big costs going forwards with our bathrooms, trailheads, signage, that type of stuff. Trying to keep it short, so I'll leave it there and open it up to questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Nick. Any questions for Nick on this project? Holly.
Yeah, hi, Nick. I'm Holly with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. First, I want to say I was struck by the narrative in your application addressing bears that get habituated by garbage, and the connection between unmanaged garbage and bears that often end up getting disposed of because of their habituation. And so thank you for that. I wanted you to maybe expound a little bit more on the snow park aspect? So this application includes some winter recreation
Yes.
management. Could you add details to that?
Yeah, thank you very much, Holly, for bringing that up. Yeah, so we obviously have our summer programming, but we've recently here in I-90 started a snow park program as well. And then down in the 410 corridor, they've had an ongoing winter program. And what essentially we're using this grant for is helping with signage. So we do get funding through the state to run those snow parks. So grooming, we get a little bit of staff time as well from the state through their fee program with the snow parks. But this grant was going to help supplement staff time for the maintenance side of that. So it's the same type of work. It's trash, shoveling out walkways, that type of stuff. So it's essentially supplementing that winter funding, as well with our E&E grant. We're able to supplement as well and keep folks on during that busy winter season as well.
Thank you, Holly. Any other questions for Nick?
Hi, Nick. I'm Larissa. I have a dog. I'm representing hikers, and I'm trying to find the exact sentence, but I couldn't. But I feel like there was a point in there where it said that like sometimes rangers are picking up trash like all day, and that's ends up being the whole day. And I'm curious what tasks end up getting neglected because of that, just because they have to be doing so much garbage pickup.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So on a busy summer weekend, what our front country staff, so we have E&E and maintenance staff in our front country staff, but that maintenance person is essentially Saturday and Sundays and usually Monday or Friday. So 3 days out of their 4 work weeks is really just spent going to each trailhead, cleaning the bathroom and picking up trash. I would say that's 90% of their time. And so what gets neglected during the busy season is that like deferred maintenance type stuff. So to pull an example, it would be like our one that's on the top of my head is our Middle Fork Trailhead bathroom is in like really poor repair. And we've been trying to have the time to kind of remodel it, put new fresh paint, and that just hasn't happened. But hope to, but yeah. So stuff like that, signage, picnic site, all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larissa. Any other questions for Nick? All right, I am seeing none, Nick, so we'll go ahead and move on to your next project. And this is project number 24-2739. And same thing, Nick, if you just want to go ahead and let evaluators know what you're applying for funding for, and then we'll turn it over to them for questions.
Yeah, so this is the Talpas Trailhead Development Project. So the Talpas Trailhead is really another high-use trailhead along I-90 corridor. It's within an hour drive of Seattle and that huge busy metropolitan area. It can see of upwards of 12,000 people a summer. And that's derived again from our trail counter data. And this project is, so let me backtrack a little bit. So in 2015, I might have that date wrong, 2017, somewhere around there was NEPA done on the forest for a forest health project in the area. And as a part of that NEPA, the expansion of the 2 trailheads in that area, Iris Spring and Talpas, were included. What's specific to Talpas is nice is there is actually clearing behavior or clearing activities in that area that left the footprint that we can build onto, which is pretty awesome. It's a lot of the work already done. And so we're trying to capitalize on that before it grows back in and put in an expanded parking lot and kind of an additional one as well. The parking lot itself would have around 75 parking spaces, 55 of those or 50-ish being new. It'd be a gravel parking lot with a road-based substrate of, thicker gravel. We would have a day use area as well, which it's lacking currently, and it would provide just a tiny bit of ADA use, which is really lacking in the area. So it'd provide a little bit of ADA parking, ability to get to our existing toilet with an ADA path, and then also be able to enjoy that day use area that we're hoping to construct. Yeah, I'll try to keep it short just for questions on this one. Hopefully there are a few more.
Sounds good, Nick. Thank you. Trip, go right ahead.
Yeah, hi Nick. Also representing the hiking community. And I just was trying to reconcile, there's a note in the parking and road section that there's 75 vehicle stalls, and then there's a trailheads number where it says 64. So I'm just trying to, I might be misreading the application, but are those, which number is it? Should we look at?
It'd be 75. I'm sure it was a typo on my end.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah. So it'll be the existing parking lot is it's either 20 or 25. I can't quite remember. And it would add about 55 more.
Okay, thanks.
And Nick, just for a point of clarification, on your application, the number of accessible parking stalls, can you confirm that? Because it says 75 in your application.
Yeah, so the ADA sites for parking that would actually meet ADA site would, I'd have to, shoot, I should have had, it's around 5, I think 5 or 4.
5, okay, okay. All right, so we may be in touch with you about that to do a little bit of revision and update to your application, because it looks like you have 75 parking stalls that are accessible. So we'll just need to do a revision to that. So just note for the evaluators that it sounds like that's 5 accessible parking stalls.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look what we actually put in the.
Great. Thank you, Nick. John, go right ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. One thing I didn't see in your application, the access, I guess I should qualify myself. I'm a pretty avid user of the North Bend Ranger District trails, and I love going up to Talapas, Little Lolly. The access road getting up there is relatively narrow with few spots for multiple cars to park and other access, which creates a considerable traffic jam and a danger, for lack of better words. The urgency to build this additional parking, can you expand a little bit on how to keep so much parking along that very narrow road where people are going now because there's no place to park?
Yeah, thanks, John. So yeah, the big push for this project is to reduce that roadside parking. We have some pretty wild videos of being able to drive down, and for 5 minutes straight, there's just one lane of traffic while there's cars parked alongside the road. And really the big thing is emergency vehicles not being able to get through. So our Type 3 engines with fire, ambulances are around that size as well, really struggle in the summer months to be able to get up to the trailhead. So as the King County metropolitan area grows, and we assume use will grow over the next 10-15 years, it's likely that the district will have to probably close roadside parking just for health and safety, or at least try to figure out a way to reduce some of that roadside parking. And the hope is that this parking lot can accommodate a responsible amount of use for the area. I don't know. Did I do a good job there, John? Any more?
Yeah, no, Nick, yeah, you definitely covered it. And I just wanted to emphasize again, as a user of the Talapas Trail myself, the urgency to get safer. People just seem to park wherever they feel like it, and it seems like it's always a mess. But Nick, I think you answered my question. Other than, I know it's out of your realm, but what about widening the road so we can be safer? Because that is pretty narrow, and there's some spots where cars can slide off, especially over on the other road, the Irish Spring Trail. Anyway,
Yeah,
thanks. That was kind of a lecture more than a question.
Thanks, John.
All right, thank you, John. Holly, go right ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted a clarification in your need fulfillment statement. So it said there's a total of 75 parking spaces. And then lower down, it says the district staff felt that an additional 22 parking spaces laid out would be an irresponsible amount into the federally protected wilderness area. So it was like the original scope 75 plus 22, and then you reduced it back down to 75. And then
Correct.
secondly, like how do you determine the appropriate number of parking spaces next to a wilderness area?
Yeah, so that second part's definitely a little bit hard to answer. But just first off, yeah. So the scope of the cleared landscape that we could work in could accommodate about 22 more. It's kind of difficult to know for certain, but yeah. And we chose to keep it within a smaller scope. And what we base that off is the current use trends. We think we can accommodate the use within that. And we don't want to encourage more use, essentially, was the thinking behind it. The landscape that we're trying to maintain and expand into it would encapsulate the current use and then not encourage more use. And that was our thinking.
Okay, so like some sort of carrying capacity within the wilderness.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the approach, right? That we're trying to get to that. We don't have necessarily a number that we want going into that specific area laid out for us, but we do feel that it's not appropriate to encourage more use and just to accommodate what's there.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thanks, Holly.
Thanks, Holly. Any other questions for Nick? Right, I am seeing none. Nick, thank you so much. It looks like we're gonna go over to Roy and then we'll see you again on the last project before lunch. So
yep. See you shortly.
See you soon. All right, and next we have Roy. It looks like Roy is joining us. Hello. Oh, looks like audio is connecting. I'll give him just a couple of minutes to get connected here. Hello, Roy. Can you hear me okay? Looks like it's still connecting your audio. It might take just a second. Hello. Connecting your audio. It might
Okay, looks like, have we got it now?
We've got it. Hello, Roy.
Hello.
Thank you very much for joining us early. Greatly appreciated. We're going to go ahead and move on to the Snoqualmie Ranger District OHV project, which is 24-2516. We've got Roy here. So Roy, if you want to take about the first 30 seconds to just introduce yourself to the evaluators and give them a quick briefing on what it is that you're applying for funding for this project. And then we'll hand it over to the evaluators to ask you some questions.
Sure. Yeah, sorry about that. I hope you weren't getting feedback there. I was also playing the YouTube here in the background.
Oh, got it. Okay.
So it's disorienting for me. I hope that didn't come through on your side. So yes, my name is Roy Vega. I am the corridor manager on the Highway 410 here, the Snoqualmie Ranger District. So for the Snoqualmie Ranger District OHV, we're looking for funding for, to continue our regular maintenance of our motorized trails. So that includes our Evans Creek ORV Park, our section of the Natchez Jeep Trail. We're looking at the Suntop Motorized Trail, Christoph Divide, and forgive me if I pronounce this incorrectly, I haven't been around that long, Colquhoun Trail as well. And the campgrounds and infrastructure associated with those trails as well. So we're targeting a 2 to 3 person crew each year. Also looking for this grant cycle to purchase a hydraulic post pounder for sign installation. So the hope there is to install signage a little bit more substantial than just the general Carcinite post that you would put in. I've seen these used pretty effectively to shut off like braided routes because people just ride right over the Carcinites if you put them on a metal post. it tends to work as a vehicle stop. Let's see here. Looking for maintenance on our equipment that we've already purchased through grants. So that's like general annual maintenance. Looking for tracks replacements on the mini excavator, a brusher attachment. We're looking for materials to continue our maintenance on the staging areas as well as our trails. A lot of the issues we're seeing in Evans Creek particularly has a lot of wet issues. The years past, we've been able to do a lot of trail hardening through a grass grid block installation, but we found a lot of cases that the crews that did install those were probably getting like maybe a 24-inch hardening and like a 40-inch corridor on single track trails, which wasn't really accommodating for rider lines. A lot of times, especially with single track trails, we'll see riders at different skill levels will choose different lines, and those hardening efforts, we'd like to widen those a little bit to accommodate for them. So that'll be a big push with our crews. Also looking for a new metal kiosk there at the Evans Creek, and just general continuing our signage improvements there.
Great.
And
I think-
without rambling, I'll give you an opportunity to
No
ask.
worries. Yeah, we'll go ahead and see if any of the evaluators have some questions for you, Roy, on this project or any clarification on scope. Go right ahead, Nicole.
Hi, Roy. Nicole Phillips, Motorized. I do have a question for you. It says in your project about enhancing the campsite at Evans Creek ORV. So again, I want to ask the question of, does the bridge, the Fairfax Bridge, have an effect on attendance, do you think may happen at that area? And I can honestly tell you, I would never camp in this area with my motorhome because the road up there, I know that's not your responsibility, is horrendous. And those campsites would never fit most of our rigs. So I would like to hear about the enhancements up there.
Yeah, so the enhancements, I guess I'll start with the bridge. So as of right now, the bridge isn't closed. We're moving forward planning as if we're still going to have access to this area. If we did lose the bridge for whatever reason, we're still going to have, they're working on a go around to maintain access to that area. That is something that we're committed to. And so are our partners. As far as the use there, I hate to admit that we're actually seeing some hesitation with special rec events in the area, heading into that area because of the issues with bringing in the heavier rigs along with their campers. But the use there at that campground traditionally has been designed more for like jeepers or rooftop tents. The campsites themselves right now don't accommodate for larger campers. And yes, the road on the way up there is pretty rough. But I think we're going to continue aiming to manage for that same traditional use that we've seen out there in the past. Just improving it overall because those campsites do need some love.
Thank you, Nicole. Any other questions for Roy on this project? Before we move on to Roy's second project. All right, I am seeing none. So Roy, we'll go ahead and move on to your next project, which is the Snoqualmie Ranger District's Front Country Patrol. And this for evaluators is 24-2758. And Roy, go right ahead.
Okay. Yeah, this one's going to be funding our education and outreach programs. And this serves over an estimated 1 million annual visitors that we see on the I-90 and 410 corridors. This encompasses about 300,000 acres of public lands. This is 50 trailheads, 6 developed campgrounds, hundreds of dispersed campsites. The primary uses we're seeing are hiking first and foremost, then camping, equestrian use, mountain bike, motorized fishing, hunting, target shooting, and a big part of the addition you'll see this year is our contributions to our snowshoe program and our winter rec program that has been exploding in popularity, especially on the I-90 corridor. They've been doing an absolute fantastic job up there. This also supports our It's going to pay for education materials. It's going to support the Every Kids Outdoors programs and the work we do with our local schools. And trainings for those crews as well. And the crews will look like typically we aim to hire 8 people for the summer and 6 for the winter rec program as well. And those crews are shared between the I-90 and 410 corridors.
Great. Thank you so much, Roy. Any questions from evaluators on this project? Go ahead, Nicole. Oh, you're on mute, Nicole.
Sorry about that. Question for you on your costs. And I just want to ask, I know that the Enumclaw office is closing and that the Forest Service office will be moving to North Bend. I see you have partner mileage on there. Is that still going to be accurate or does that change anything? And then I do have another question after that.
Okay. Yeah. First, got to address the office closing. So the rumor is getting around. It is looking like we may lose our lease here at the office. It's not for sure a thing yet, but it's not looking great. That being said, we are doing everything we can to avoid getting absorbed in a North Bend office. We understand that it'll be a logistic nightmare for us to try and, especially with our local employees, to drive up to North Bend, to drive all the way back down to the 410 to do their jobs. We are looking at other options here in the community. I actually just got an email from the mayor yesterday. He's invested in helping us find some options. But yeah, worst case scenario, we'll set up at one of our admin sites here on the forest to avoid having to go up to North Bend.
Part 2 of my question is I do a lot of recreating in the Pierce County area that you're referring to, and I also participate in a lot of cleanups. As a user group, we're very concerned about the dispersed camping areas. They've turned into somewhat of a hazardous, biohazardous site. Are you going to be able to enforce anything with that, or what is the plan for the abandoned campers, motorhomes, etc., specifically out going to Mowich or Evans Creek or even off of the 70 road?
Yeah, actually, as we're speaking, I have an employee working on a risk assessment worksheet for exactly that. We did recently lose a lot of our staff, and one of our main objectives for these next couple of years is making sure that we don't allow that issue to continue. I know our work with our folks on the Carbon River Coalition, yourself included, are keeping a watchful eye on that. Just before we had to let go a bunch of our staff, we had a field day out there removing a trailer that was left out there a little too long, ended up getting burnt down. We're getting out there, we're getting this stuff taken care of, we're paying for it any way we can. So some of the funds from this I didn't have earmarked for it, but if that's an appropriate use, I'll use it there. But yeah, we are coming up with creative solutions. I've improvised a little known impound lot for a little while because there's been issues with our local tow companies. They used to get funding from the state and they're just not getting it anymore. So we're finding creative ways around it. And I will be out tomorrow getting an abandoned boat from the Ranger Creek campground.
Thank you for all you guys do. We really appreciate you guys. And we're sorry about your staffing and the office. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Any other questions for Roy on this project? I am not seeing any, Roy, and I think that was your last one. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, and we are going to move back over to Nick. Thanks for sticking around, Nick. All right, and this is the Snoqualmie Ranger District Trail Maintenance Project, which is 24-2722. And Nick, go right ahead.
Thanks again, Karen. Yeah, so this, as Karen mentioned, is our trail grant. In the past, we have been successful with an RTP grant for the Snoqualmie Ranger District that is work on the Alpine Lakes Wilderness, and it helped fund our 4-person trail crew out of North Bend. And this year we're hoping to apply for a Snoqualmie Ranger District wide trails grant that would encompass obviously both the 410 and North Bend. It would help fund a two-person trail crew in Enumclaw and that same four-person trail crew in North Bend that would still focus the majority of their efforts in that high-use Pine Lakes Wilderness corridor and the I-90 corridor and going a little bit further north as well into the Middle Fork. And yeah, it's been a very successful program. I couldn't tell you exactly how long it's been running, but I think that RTP grant is into the 90s. So it's been a long existing program. We've done a lot of great things with it. We've been able to hold on to a lot of great skill, and hopefully we're getting those folks back here shortly. And so, yeah, we're just hoping to continue that program. A lot of this work will be going to staffing time. So with that 6-person staff, a lot of this budget will go to just staffing, but also maintenance and supplies as well. And last year we were able to accomplish quite a bit with our TP grant. Some of the great things we got to done were a very large trail bridge reconstruction in the North Fork of the Alpine Lakes Wilderness. We were able to do a ton of log out. A lot of that deferred maintenance that goes into degrading trails over time, we were able to keep at bay over the last few years, which has been great. But yeah, we're hoping to expand that program and be able to help out the Enumclaw area as well with this new grant. And at that, I'll leave it there for questions.
Great. Thank you, Nick. Any questions for Nick on this project? Questions or scope clarification? I am seeing none, Nick. Take that as a good sign.
Cool. Yeah, and so
yeah.
Perfect. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you so much, Nick. And thank you all again very much for joining us early.
Yeah, thank you very much. We appreciate all your guys' help and time on the board and all that. So appreciate all your time and effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so that brings us to our lunch break. And we have got until 1:10. So our next presentation is not until 1:10. So we have a pretty long lunch break there. We'll go ahead and get started right on time. I'll be on obviously a few minutes early to get our next presenter all set up. And have a great lunch, everybody. And we'll see you back here just a few minutes before 1:10.
Thanks.
Thank you. Hello, Matt.
Hello.
We have got, so evaluators are starting to trickle in from our pretty long lunch break. So we'll get going again right at 1:10.
Great.
And it looks like we've got you for the next 2 projects. Yeah.
That's what I have, so sounds good.
Great. So I think I will just spend this last minute of our lunch break to just remind everybody who is tuning in. We are live streaming on YouTube, and we are on day 2 of 3 for our 2025 evaluation meeting for our non-highway and off-road vehicle activities program. We are about halfway done with the day, and we're going to get started here very soon with Matthew Kinney. Do you like to go by Matthew or by Matt?
I'm a Matt in most circumstances.
Great. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Matt. And this is the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest Skykomish Ranger District, their trail maintenance project. And for evaluators, this is number 24-2482. And Matt, if you want to take, I'm going to go ahead and be keeping track of time. Got 10 minutes set aside for Q&As. We haven't been spending that much time, so don't worry about that. But I'll keep track of the time. If you want to spend about the first 30 seconds just introducing yourself to the evaluators and giving them a brief description of what you're applying for money for in this grant. And then we'll turn it over to evaluators to ask questions, and then we'll move on to your next one.
Great. Well, hello. I'm Matt Kenny. I work here on the Skykomish Ranger District. I've been here about 5 years. So recently got handed over these grants from a colleague of mine, Tom Davis, who'd worked here since the late 1980s. So trying to fill in some big shoes and get up to speed on some of our projects. So the first one I'm going to talk about is a maintenance grant related to our trails program for the 480 so miles of trails we have on the district. It's about 75% wilderness here. So the work is pretty labor intensive. And so this grant would fund our crews, trail contractors, and then coordination with some of the volunteer groups we use here for maintenance. Kind of some of the big highlights we have are pretty substantial winter damage. We're a west side area that floods and rains kind of do a number on things. So there's a pretty substantial yearly backlog on trails. There's the Iron Goat Trail, an ADA trail. It's about 6 miles. It's the old railroad grade over Stevens Pass. So there's a pretty substantial maintenance load keeping that open and accessible. So that uses a lot of our crew time. And then the Blanca Lake Trail, which gets about 30,000 visitors a year, had some reroutes approved through our NEPA process a number of years ago to really create a more user-friendly environment, but also the resource protection, because we were dealing with some pretty heavy erosion issues up there, and kind of continuing to build upon that work. So that's kind of within the scope of this trail maintenance grant for us. So I'll turn it over to questions and hope I have answers.
Great. Thank you so much, Matt. All right. Any questions for Matt on this project? Denise?
Hi, of the 5 bridges that are mentioned, are they to repair or to replace?
I believe it's going to be kind of a mix. I believe the Barclay Bridge is in there, and so that will be a replacement. We have a number of other bridges that are kind of the process being that they are not necessarily moving locations, or there'll be new bridges, but they're going to be kind of rebuilt in place. So it really is a replacing kind for the most part, not necessarily new work, something we'd consider deferred maintenance for our purposes, but the bridges will definitely be in like new condition after work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Denise. Holly, go right ahead.
Hi, Matt. I just had a question about your cost benefit statement. Do you have an estimated cost per mile or range that you could give us for your cost benefit statement?
So, apologies. In terms of cost benefit, I mean, so just using some of our basic logout numbers, we're kind of, when we're on kind of a yearly continuous and we're able to reach places, you know, some of our contracted rates for a mile of work are as low as $1,000. Areas that haven't been hit for like 5 years come in at about 2,000. So I mean that being able to accomplish those maintenance tasks kind of in a timely manner as opposed to letting things pile up, it really does, you know, it saves us a lot on the back end. If that hopefully answers your question, or are you more on new trail construction? Sorry, trails are a passion. So
Yeah, you mentioned that was for log out. Is that just for bucking out the trail, or is there a different cost estimate for like reconstruction? I assume it'd be higher.
yes, yeah, reconstruction is a significantly higher. Some of the rates we're seeing for reconstruction on the west side now are in like $50 a foot for contracted reconstruction. So amounts can get pretty dizzying as things kind of unravel. That was just using log out for that $1,000 example. So yeah, a mile of trail at $50 a foot adds up pretty quick.
Yeah.
So yeah, really being able to accomplish the maintenance tasks in an orderly manner certainly does save us quite a bit.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Holly. John, go right ahead.
Hey, Matt, the question I would have is you're showing users on your trails between 100 and 250,000 people. I know you've been overwhelmed with more hikers and users. Is that a pretty good number?
That's a fairly accurate number. So most of our stuff is based off of that visitor use surveys and studies that University of Washington runs, and that kind of seems to be the best analogous we have for use around here. And it really, our trail system has really concentrated use in a couple areas like Lake Serene, I believe, in a meeting with WTA last year, is certainly one of the higher used trails across the forest based on the metrics they're getting from their hiking logs. So it really, you know, we have really concentrated use at a few sites that really kind of skews things. But yeah, I'd say for the most part, that's a pretty accurate number, John.
Okay, thanks, Matt. I just, I know what the Lake Serene parking lot looks like on a busy weekend. So I was just curious if that number, how accurate it was. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Kathy, go right ahead.
Hey, Matt. My name's Kathy, and I represent the horsemanship community for the state. And just a quick question. Under your miles of trails maintained, you're referencing 4 miles of hard surface. And later in the narrative of the questions, you reference an ADA trail. So can you explain that 4 miles of the hard surface, please?
Yeah, so 4 miles of the hard surface is paved trails. We have ADA accessible trails like the Iron Goat Trail that is not paved. So it's a permeable surface. It's a compacted gravel essentially. So it's a ADA compliant surface, but it's not a hard surface trail, if that makes sense. It's kind of a quirk of the question, so to speak.
Terminology. So is that 4 miles, or is this 4 miles that's referenced applying to a couple of ADA?
There are
trails?
The 4 miles of hard surface trails, I believe, are referencing a couple of our different trails that, so Deception Falls, I believe, and then sections of the Iron Goat that are it's a mix.
Okay.
so to
Okay.
speak.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Any other questions for Matt on this project? All right, I am seeing none, so we'll go ahead and move on to the next maintenance project, which is the Highway 2 Recreation Corridor. And for evaluators, this is 24-2681. And Matt, go right ahead, just provide a brief description of what you're looking for funding for, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators for questions.
Yeah, so kind of buttressing off the trail side of our district, we have our front country recreation site. So this involves our trailheads and dispersed camping. So kind of the grant is split equally between funding our recreation crew who works both on those trailhead sites and then dispersed recreation. So we have approximately about 30,000 user days of dispersed camping on the district. We have about 300 identified sites, and people are always making new ones. So one of the big tasks we always have is trying to delineate sites, kind of harden the experience, and make sure that we're really reducing some of that user interface with particular riparian areas, because folks like to camp along creeks. So that's one of kind of our ongoing challenges on that side that this grant would fund. In addition, another big workload is maintaining our trailhead sites. So we have 12 vault restrooms on the district that these crews and these funds will provide maintenance for. Big areas, I'm sure it's kind of the revolving thing of trash, and really we've been fortunate to have bear-proof containers at all our trailheads where we have trash service, and really trying to reduce that. The crows, the corvids, things like that is a big portion of it. Another piece I'd like to highlight was we were very fortunate in 2019 through a NOVA grant to purchase a mini excavator for our recreation program here in the district. That we have an operator on staff here that we get a really great use out of it, and this grant would really assist in kind of keeping that program up and running. So there's some specific asks around maintaining that equipment and keeping it useful and serviceable. So with that, I'll turn it over for questions.
Thank you so much, Matt. Any questions for Matt on this project? Go ahead, Denise.
The mini excavator, what areas do you use it? How's it used?
So the mini excavator is it's a 8,000-pound machine. It's primarily used for moving blocking rocks or at dispersed sites or eco blocks or things of that nature where we really need to kind of consolidate those campsites from expanding. Another really great use is resurfacing trailheads. So ordering gravel, purchasing gravel, kind of moving things around. Winter takes a toll, potholes fill in. We've had some really great success at the Lake Serene trailhead over the last couple of years, being able to resurface it with the mini excavator we have on staff. So rather than these projects being, contracted out or extremely expensive for the price of a couple loads of gravel, we're able to kind of eliminate some of those potholes, some of that yearly maintenance where all of a sudden it's taking bumpers in the parking lot and water's not draining, things are kind of a soupy mess. We're able to really stay ahead of some of that and really improve the serviceable life. So that's primarily what the excavator is used for here.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Denise. Tripp, go right ahead.
Yeah, hi, Tripp Williams representing the hiking community. And I saw this was maybe from the previous application, but I know that this is all sort of part of the same pool. So I'm curious, I saw there was a note, there's an expectation for user use to increase 10%, sort of in correlation with population growth. I'm curious if that still sort of the prevailing thought, that we still haven't reached peak usage. I mean, of course, there will be increases, but is there expected to be another spike in recreation growth, or do we feel like we're leveling off and it's now just more correlated with population growth?
I think in our experiences here in the district, I would say we're some of that COVID spike era where, we were seeing use, particularly in places where we hadn't seen use really spike. I think some of that has leveled off, and I think we're more in that slow march you were speaking of that's really kind of correlated to population growth. And then I think one thing too is my colleagues down south have noticed on the 410 corridor, as other places become more restrictive in their access, that Mount Rainier is moving to time limited entry, that we're really seeing more dispersal onto the national forest. So I think there's definitely some use that is kind of getting rearranged across the landscape, or areas that were kind of less used, I think. But I think it's probably on the whole that 10% march, at least in what we're experiencing here.
Okay, one quick follow-up, Matt. I'm curious, have you found, because you're closest to observe this, have you found that the COVID spike ever receded, or have we just reset the baseline?
I think the baseline largely reset. I think it was probably, say, it went, a 25% increase, and then it kind of maybe came down 5%. But I think there was a system shift in there that I think there's probably some leveling off in that regard. But I do think it was a big bump that folks found us and enjoy recreating outside now, which is a wonderful thing here in Washington.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, Matt.
Of course.
Thank you, Trip. Any other questions for Matt on this project? John.
Oh, still figuring out how to click all the buttons here. Oh, there we go. Hey, Matt, I just wanted to go back to an opening comment and congratulate you on filling a big set of shoes with Tom Davis. We certainly will miss him up there, but we're sure glad that you're carrying on. So that's all I had to say, but thanks for all you're doing. You definitely got a busy place.
I appreciate it, John. And yeah, it was interesting. In handing this over, Tom, I think, applied for his first RCO grant in 1992. So we've had a long history and a lot of, corporate knowledge with him.
That's great. Thank you, John. All right, we've got about 3 minutes left. We'll go with Kathy and then with Trip.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt, just a follow-up question. I noticed under your predominantly natural question, you referenced the Iron Goat Trail, which is a converted Great Northern Railway. And last year I rode the John Wayne Trail over in Eastern Washington. And I know, so can you clarify, is that a hard surface trail since it's a converted railway?
It's not paved surface like, you see some other places, but it is that it's built on the railroad ballast, the existing railroad ballast, and then was surfaced with kind of a barrier-free kind of finer. So it is it's that I wouldn't describe it as hard surface, but it is surfaced. It's not paved though, like in an asphalt setting.
Do you have to bring more gravel or surface to maintain it, or is it left to go natural with the base that's there?
It is. It's been an ongoing piece of kind of adding gravel as needed. It was a pretty extensive project when they put it in. I think we're still in some of the useful life of the graveling up there, but there is an expectation with time that we're gonna have to add more gravel.
And how many miles is that trail, just roughly?
The whole trail is, I believe, 9.5 miles. There's an upper and lower grade. There's 3 trailheads. The lower trailhead's on at Scenic. It's a state trailhead, and then we have one at Martin Creek and at the Wellington Town site. So it kind of does an L. The lower grade's the barrier-free section, and then the upper grade's a little more adventurous.
I see. I'll have to check it out. Thank you.
Yes, it's a great area.
I like that, more adventurous. Thank you, Kathy. Trip, did you still have a question?
Yeah, I caught something I meant to flag earlier. I saw that the estimated cost to replace a toilet has now reached $100,000. Is that, and could you, how in the world? Explain that to me.
And in honesty, Trip, that is that's on the lower side. Right now, through the GOA process across the forest, we were pretty fortunate. We got, I think, 12 toilets replaced, and for a double in a campground, I think we're at 150 for a pit toilet. So for a two-sided unit, so one's about 100,000 for, removing an old one and putting a new one in. So those are pretty accurate, and I think we have some others that are, depending on the site, closer to 180. It's just yeah. So keeping these places going are a sound investment.
Is that like materials driven? Is that new site analysis driven, or how has it exploded? So,
in my understanding, is that it's largely driven through on the purchasing side with our vendors. CXT is kind of the dominant manufacturer out of Spokane, and that seems to be the going rate. I know Stevens Pass just put one in, and it was about 85,000, and they didn't have a removal of an old one. So I think that's kind of it's kind of eye watering when we're seeing these prices on restrooms.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Trip. Trip, we saw that in some of our other grant programs too, where the cost of restrooms is looks like inflation has gone up quite a bit on the materials, and then also what we're noticing is permitting and cultural resource requirements. Yeah, good question. All right, we are up on time for this one. Thank you so much, Matt. Greatly appreciate you being here.
Of course, much appreciated, and thanks to all the evaluators for taking time to look at our projects.
All right, next up, we are with Washington State Parks for their Moran State Park Trails Planning Project for evaluators. This is 24-2336. I see Brianna here, and you go by Bree?
I do, yeah.
Hello, Bree. Thank you so much for joining us. So we've got 10 minutes set aside for Q&A for this project. If you want to take about the first 30 seconds to introduce yourself, and then just a brief description of what you're applying for funding for, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators for questions.
Sure. Thanks, Karen. Yeah, my name is Bree Osmondson. I'm a planner in the Trails program at State Parks. I'm also joined today by Aaron Davidson, who is the area manager for our San Juan area. He offices at Moran and gets to look at Cascade Lake all day when he's at the desk. So this project, we're requesting money to complete a comprehensive trails plan at Moran. This is something that hasn't happened in about 20 years. So State Parks would provide project management, complete a high efficiency trails accessibility protocol, HETAP, if anybody's familiar with that, develop a trail sign plan, and lead community outreach elements of a trail planning effort. We'll have our stewardship program get involved and help us to avoid negative impacts to the natural environment in Moran. It's well known that that is a high quality natural environment, and that's why it's such a great place to recreate. So we want to keep that undisturbed. So this project will hire on a consultant to help with the trails planning effort. And by the end of it, we will install at least 2 kiosks with maps and trail information at trailheads throughout the park. There are several different places that you can park, and not all of them have kiosks yet. And it'll also include at least 8 trail signposts, but hopefully more once we get through some of our trail inventory and sign planning. That is one of the outcomes from this program. So yeah, we'll hire on the consultant to help identify trail maintenance needs and get those prioritized and scoped out, as well as get all the environmental and necessary permits to complete any maintenance that will be required. So that's the quick overview of it. I know folks have questions, so we can jump right into that.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Bree. Sam, go right ahead.
Hi there. I just wanted to mention this is an exciting project. Moran State Park's just such a gem in not just Washington, but the Pacific Northwest. I had a question on the consultant relationship. Is that mostly to be like an impartial third party to run public engagement, public input process? How does Washington Trails Association and Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance fit within that process as far as providing feedback on some of the trail system concept planning?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Sam. Part of the intent with hiring a consultant on is that the Trails program is down in staff by 50% in the past year, and we're unlikely currently within the state budget environment to be able to become fully staffed in the near future. So to get specific project help on this, we want to lead public engagement, so they would, the consultant would be providing support to that effort rather than leading it. And we did have excellent letters of support from Evergreen WTA and Friends of Moran State Park. So we definitely want to get at least those three trail user groups and locationally interested folks into the trail, the public engagement process from an early point. So in a long-winded way of saying, yes, we certainly want the feedback and the input from our trail users in the park.
One more quick follow-up. It looks like some other folks have some questions. Will this process consider the seasonal summer closure for bike access, or is that to be determined? And will this consider potential single-use directional-only trails to improve user experience?
I think, yes, we will be looking at all of those things. I can't say definitively right now whether we will pursue them as management strategies, but we'll be collecting data and evaluating how they work and if we need to make any changes. So those are some of the unique constraints within Moran. So we will definitely be checking out the seasonal and potential for one-way or single use.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Sam. Holly, go ahead, and then John.
Hi, I'm Holly English with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. I want to second the last commenter. It is an exciting project. I was really pleased to see you're using the HETAP survey methods. It's a really robust method for trail analysis. And I saw that you also incorporated ABA or universal access, hopefully into project design. And so could you go in a little more detail? Because I think people think of ADA as just wheelchairs. And so there's a lot of other adaptive devices for trail use. And how might you incorporate that into your design? Your planning,
thanks. Thanks for that question. Yeah, so the first step will be to use the HETAP. Basically, if folks are not familiar, this is a device that is contains a few sensors and a Garmin GPS device and a camera and a laptop, all situated on a baby stroller, basically, that you push along the trail, and it collects trail tread width, running slope, cross slope, height of obstacles, all these various things. And then we would want to convey that information to potential users on a map, online before they're picking out which adventure they want to go on or which hike they want to go on, as well as at trailheads and on trail decision-making points. So so folks can decide, whether they want to go down that trail, and they'll know how long it is, and provide some pretty basic information for folks. And this lack of information we found has been in surveys, it comes up again and again as a major barrier to folks who are maybe newer to outdoor recreation or haven't been to Moran before, and they're not quite sure, like, do I go that way? How far is that going to take me? So on and so forth. Yeah, so it's the Architectural Barriers Act would say that you should provide all of that information on any hiking or pedestrian trail. If it's a mountain biking trail, it's not necessary under ABA because it's a different use. All right, sorry, did I answer all of your questions, or I feel like I got a little sidetracked?
Yeah, no, definitely. I think you touched on an important point that I've also learned at trail conferences is that it's important for people using adaptive devices to be able to plan ahead and have that information up front in your publications and your trails. So I saw that in your application. So thank you.
Great, thanks.
Thank you so much, Holly. We've got about 2.5 minutes left on this one, and we're going to go with John and then Kathy.
Yeah, Bree, real quick, you're showing 250,000 or more users, and I guess my curiosity is, oops, forgot.
Somebody ringing.
My curiosity is, are these going to be trail users, or is that from a count of people driving up and down the road to the lookout?
Yes, I believe that total count is roadway users, so it may not be specifically trail users. That I agree, that's a pretty high number. We probably just in the past week or two have put out trail counters in Moran, so we'll have more accurate counts as we get into the actual trail planning process. So yeah.
My other part of this question is, and I'm going from memory, but it seemed like the last grant cycle you all had applied for the same grant. Has any work been done since? I'm assuming the grant didn't go through.
I can't speak to what has been applied for before. I think it was for RTP maintenance. Sorry.
Oh, you're on mute, John.
Oh, no, that's fine. I just didn't know if you knew offhand. It just seems familiar to me, but okay. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, John. Kathy, go right ahead.
Hey, Bree. My name's Kathy, and I represent the horsemanship community of the state. And it's really exciting to see planning and development projects. In this cycle, there's very few grant requests of that nature. So happy to see this. Had a couple of questions. Under the recreation facility design section, it's talking about mountain bikes and equestrians will be conditionally permitted. Can you explain that?
So State Parks primarily provides hiking and walking experiences and conditionally allows biking and equestrian when it's appropriate for the landscape and the other context around. I will say that Moran has had very low usage numbers for equestrians. There was a concessionaire that brought people in for riding, and I think they no longer have a concession at Moran. So there's approximately one equestrian that frequents Moran. So while it's allowed, I'm going to say it's not a large portion of our recreating public out there.
Okay, so in the planning of the park, is the parking lot going to be incorporated into the design? I'm thinking it will when it moves on to from schematic to conceptual and so forth.
Or I'm not totally sure about that, whether we're going to be working on parking lot design or just trail. Yeah, sorry,
So
may have recommendations at the end of it, but I don't know if we'll have schematic designs.
And I've not been there, so it could be, I mean, there's obviously a large parking lot there currently, I'm assuming.
I'll hop in here.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for your question. Yeah, since I'm on site, it'll be a little easier. We do have a large parking lot that can accommodate a little bit larger horse trailers, and it was one that was established for the concessionaire that ran the business out of the park for horseback riding. So yeah, we do have a parking lot that's at a trailhead that can accommodate larger size trailers for equestrian use.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
So we are at time on this project. Bree and Aaron, thank you so much for being here.
All right, thank you all. Thanks for your time, reviewers.
Thank you.
Right, and on to Department of Natural Resources, we've got the Tahuya Green Mountain Trails and Facilities Maintenance Project. And this is number 24-2282. And let's see, I see it looks like
I'm Pete.
Pete. Hello, Pete. So we'll go ahead and get started. We've got 10 minutes set aside with evaluators If you want to spend about the first 30 seconds just introducing yourself, what you're applying for funding for, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators for questions.
Wonderful. Sounds great. My name is Pete Allen, Recreation Lands Manager for the Busy Hood Canal District in South Puget Sound. With me today is Ray Manish. He's our Maintenance and Operations Supervisor for this district. I just thought I'd put a face to one of the people who will be funded by this operation and his 30 years of experience here. In case I'm missing a point, Ray will definitely have us covered here. There's a deep dive question, which I hope we get some fun questions. Give you a quick breakdown on this one. Grant request is for $223.4 thousand, and sponsor match just over 50% at just under 228,500. This ensures maintenance and operational funding for the 185 miles of developed mixed-use ORV trails, 4 campgrounds, 7 trailheads, and seasonal day-use sites in the busy Tahuya and Green Mountain State Forests, as well as this will help conduct some limited maintenance activities supporting dispersed recreation accessed by motorized vehicles throughout the rest of the Hood Canal District. It will support volunteer coordination, a number of large motorized events, routine trail and facility maintenance. Our primary recreation opportunity is, of course, the continuance of year-round safe and sustainable mixed-use ORV recreation. These trails and systems are open year-round, providing a bunch of ample opportunities for ORV recreation in the winter months when most other developed areas are closed seasonally. And the project will fund approximately 50% of the salary needs for our small maintenance and operations crew. Again, this is Ray's team. He's our crew supervisor. We have a trail specialist and an equipment operator that's on that full-time team. We get some labor support from AmeriCorps, WCC, and Northwest Youth Corps crews. And this experienced recreation squad has been doing it. Sum total of experience now for the primary maintenance and operations team is about 60 some odd years, almost 60 years. So they're in a good position to continue to make good use of these grant allocations to continue to maintain this popular area. Let's see, this grant will also include some materials purchase, primarily wood and stone products, to continue maintenance activities as needed, including on the 50 or so bridges, developed facilities, and access points. As far as usage in the area, recent Tableau data indicates somewhere between in excess of 635,000 users a year in these 2 small state forests. They're in Kitsap and Mason counties. And then, older trail counter data, which puts us in excess of 250,000 10-year-old trail data counters. And then did some estimates based on pump out data for our variety for the 25 or so vault toilets in the area. And those numbers match much more closely with the Tableau cellular phone data in excess of 500,000.
Pete, I want to make sure that we give the evaluators some time to ask you some questions. So I'm going to go ahead and hand this over to the evaluators and ask if there are any questions. Go right ahead, Alex.
Can you provide an estimate of the actual permitted events that happen per year? How many events there are?
How many permitted events?
Yeah.
Oh boy, I didn't pull all that up. I'd say 25 between the 2 state forests, these 2 busy state forests. Yeah.
Thank you.
25 to 30. Yeah.
Nicole, go right ahead.
Hey, Pete, I just wanted to know how many approximately, and you may have said this, it looks like for your campgrounds, do you have an approximate usage of people that use the campgrounds?
As far as total numbers for camping?
Yes.
We're greatly limited on campground space right now, especially in Tahuya. You may be aware of this. So right now we have 39 campsites in there, and on busy weekends we have people dispersed. We have to allow dispersed camping on some of the nearby roads. So future plans with DNR funding, this next biennium, we'll be looking at expanding the popular Kamenga Canyon campground to accommodate better usage and to make it more accessible for LEO and warden people to patrol, connecting it back to the main Elfindale Pass access road that comes through the middle of the management area. So yes, as far as camping, I think I'd have to look at the data, but it's about a third of the total usage has people staying the night one way or another, a little under that. I could probably dig that up if it was very important to you.
Sure.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks for bringing. It's Ray, right?
Yeah, Ray's here.
Yeah, Ray, thanks for joining. It's nice to see. We've had a lot of great conversations with a lot of leaders and district leaders, and it's really great to be able to see you. I know you're putting in a lot of work, so thanks for coming on.
Thank you so much, Trip. Any other questions? Holly.
Hi, Pete. I'm Holly from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Hi, Holly.
Today. I had a question. In the application, it says that both these state forests are impacted by logging activities. And I'm just wondering, how are trail investments protected from activities like that? Do you have protective buffers or require contractors to restore trails after activities? Can you just expand on that?
Certainly. Great question. So yeah, they're all in working forests, all in working timberlands, right? All of these trail systems. So usually the terms for an individual timber sale is a 2-year, essentially a lease to the person who's contracted to do the harvest. So we work with our foresters, and then we cordon off and sign off places, post online. You could look on our website and see that those are closed out. And then there's a clean out clause when the timber harvest is done for them to clean out the right of way. Sometimes we work on placement of leaf trees, but that can be problematic. We get windstorms coming through, like Green Mountain is where that tornado hit a few years ago. So we get hammered with these northwesterly storms. And if you leave all the leaf trees along the trail, it looks nice till the first windstorm, and then they're all over. So for best, when we've been talking to the foresters, it's better to clump the leaf trees. So sometimes we'll clump leaf trees around access points to leave buffers and barriers to keep people from expanding there. But again, it's in every logging contract that there's a clean out from that they clean the material out of the trail corridor. And then we usually go back in with some volunteers and touch it up before we reopen it, right? Make sure everything's looking good. Make sure we are protecting our stream crossings and wetlands, like primary goal in when we have ORV involved, especially.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Holly. All right, any other questions? All right, I am seeing none. Pete and Ryan, thank you so much for joining us.
I'm going to switch to another person real quick for the next presentation. Give me 2 seconds. Pop back on.
That sounds good. I'll go ahead and get evaluators ready. So our next presentation will be Department of Natural Resources, their Hood Canal District Education and Enforcement Project. This is number 24-2283. And we will let them get on the line, and then we will get them started.
Well, let's see. Let's get Jared. So I figured I'd switch hats and glasses and outerwear several times, and seems like maybe it'll be a fresh look. Let's see our little background here in this conference room. Let's see. This is our education and enforcement grant request that we're going to look at next. And I have with us our current E&E warden, who's named Jared Mandeville, and he's not coming in the background there. Oh,
need the wide angle lens. Sorry.
There we go. There we go. Okay, this is Jared. Again, I'd like to it's nice to put the face with the funding, right? So this grant request primarily is funding Jared's salary for the 2 years, as well as maintenance and operational costs on a vehicle. We purchased the vehicles, including a dirt bike, quad bike, and patrol truck are all purchased with DNR funds. So this is maintenance and operational funds that we'll be paying for. Again, this supports year-round education and enforcement, and this will pay all of Jared's salary for the biennium. And this includes the Green Mountain and Tahuya State Forest we talked about, as well as the expansive Hood Canal State Forest. It sees tons of dispersed use. Stavis Natural Resource Conservation Area, which is a large conservation area nearby, as well as Sherwood Forest and a number of distributed properties in Kitsap, Mason, and Pierce counties where our district lives. You can read the metrics in the grant. I'm sure you have it. It's a pretty busy management district. We're seeing about 1.4 million users based on 2020 data. The more recent cell data showed a little bit of a dip, and we're headed right back to that kind of peak numbers. Well, the peak numbers were slightly after that. 2021 would have been our peak here. So we're seeing about 1.4 million users a year. Primary match sources. We have a robust Forest Watch, which is a volunteer kind of warden program, as well as a bunch of camp hosts for our seasonal campgrounds. So a large amount of the match comes from that those volunteer contributions. But I'll let these fine folks ask some questions.
All right, let's ask some questions. Any questions for Pete or Jared? Larissa.
Hi, I'm Larissa. I'm representing hikers. And I'm just kind of curious if you guys have a number for like how many in-field contacts you typically have either in a year or in the busy season.
Yeah, I can look that up. It's listed in the application. Hold on, I have that open. I want to say in-field. So we use a logging system that's been used by Jared's predecessor. So there's a little bit of a gap in that. But there were, hold on, let me pull this up. I have it in front of me here. Okay, let's see. We were looking at, so
I found it, sorry.
Yeah, 7,000 and change, I think it was. And a lot of those contact points are multiple persons being contacted at the same time, right? So typically, if they contact a group, they're going to make one data point. So we weren't able to split all that out for this presentation. So that number is significantly lower than the actual number of individual contacts being made in a typical year. So I'd say 5,000 to 10,000 user contacts would be typical for a year.
Cool. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Larissa. We'll go with Nicole and then John.
Hi, Pete. It's Nicole again, representing Motorized. I do have a question with the hopefully raising of the Discover Pass. Do you find that will help some of your cause in any way as far as funding? And I'm also curious with House Bill 2165, if you have yet found a way to charge per user for the events that happen. It looks like lots of events happen out at Tahuya.
Yes. Great topics. These are the questions I'm waiting for. Thanks, Nicole. Good questions. Let's talk about hopefully the increase in Discover Pass fees will increase overall DNR revenue. Again, I think you're all aware, we get 8% as an agency of the Discover Pass fees. 8% goes to Fish and Wildlife, and then the other 74, I think it is, goes to state parks. So if it doubles in value, hopefully as many people buy it, and that'll be a windfall for the DNR. As far as the amount that makes that we use in this management area, some of my salary, a little bit of raised salary, and then things that kind of fall through the grants that aren't addressed in a specific grant, right? If it's not legal to do it, within the scope of the grant, we need that money to do those things, right? So some of the things where we have to address issues on, say, the dispersed areas that aren't included in these tighter grant management areas, often that money goes there. Sorry, there was a second part to your question, and that was, hit me again, Nicole. What was the second bit there? I lost it.
It was the event fee per person.
Yeah.
House Bill 2165.
We're awfully grateful for the volunteer support that comes along with those events, and deeply dependent on it with the large and active developed systems that we have, right? So I guess my question is, I'm hopeful that we'll be able to collect some more revenue there. what that amounts to compared to our costs remains to be seen, right? And my hope is that that doesn't cost us volunteer engagement. This is the way I'd like to answer that question, right? So for our group, it's very important that we have strong interactions and strong engagement with volunteers and user groups, in the area to help maintain and keep eyes out for us. So I feel like there's questions there, and there is a group working on that at the division level. I'm not intimately plugged in with that project, so I'm hopeful that that'll improve our sustainable funding position in the long run, though.
Thank you, and thanks for all you do for us. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you, Nicole. We've got about 4.5 minutes, and we've got a few hands up, so we're going to go with John, then Denise, and then Trip.
Hey, real quick, the allocation of time of the ED officer, knowing that you have a lot of motorized and a lot of different user groups, and you guys are buried 12 months out of the year of the lowlands, at least, of users coming in, how are we allocating to motorized versus non-motorized?
Well, the majority of the need is in the main motorized developed areas, right? So I would say 75% of the time is spent in Tahuya and Green Mountain State Forests, that the primary management objectives are both motorized. That said, both of those areas see a ton of non-motorized recreation as well. So, but I'd say, I would say 3/4 of the time generally is spent with motorized recreation.
Well, I guess more specifically why I asked was, I know that there's quite a bit of trailhead vandalism, break-ins, and I know on different social medias, I've seen quite a few non-motorized break-ins. I'm just curious if there's more presence going to be happening.
In the non-motorized trailheads, our primary non-motorized trailheads are on that see the highest non-motorized use, and where our only dedicated non-motorized trails, the main dedicated non-motorized trails are on Green Mountain. So there's 2 trailheads there, and we have seen, especially during COVID, we saw people setting up there, dumping a lot of garbage, vandalizing the restrooms, and a lot of break-ins. But the amount of area or the points and the number, I guess there's less places to patrol that are in that, and there's more motorized points of contact in the trail system. So I don't think that we need to adjust the attention more in that it's a pretty good distribution. And we were successful in catching a couple of the people. We had a youth from the neighborhood that was just kind of smashing every window and not stealing things for about 3 months until they got them on camera and got a hold of their family.
I appreciate your answer. I know we got a couple more that want to ask.
Okay, thanks, John.
Thank you, John. Denise, and then Trip.
Hi, my question is on the question 4. There's collecting data to update records. What percentage of time will that take to be in the office or out of the field? Is that
collecting data to update records?
Yeah, that's what it says in the question 4.
In question 4, I'm going to put
current Nova users collecting, compiling, and sharing this collecting information.
Yeah, we've been using this really cool new system that uses an active GIS backend, and a survey 123 form that was developed by our engineering and IT groups a few years ago. And our district and one other were pioneering this, and so was Sharon and her group down in PC. So the answer is it takes very little time.
Okay.
He can collect it and we don't need cell service, and it automatically updates the data backend, and we can grab the data out of it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. All right, and let's go with Trip.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, thanks for being on. Thanks for everything you're doing. I just it's a bit of an indelicate question because payroll is always a tough thing to talk about with the people being paid. But I just wanted to decipher on the application. There's about 385,000 for education and enforcement, and then there's also the breakdown at the top of DNR payroll as a match. So can you just help me understand what exactly is,
Yeah.
how it adds up? Yeah.
Yeah, the total, the way the grants report it, right, the sponsor match that we're putting forward as in-kind match is compounded with the request. So our total request is $213,666. And that covers 2 years of Jared's wages at an NRS 2 level, including salary increases, based on union contracts, and also vehicle mileage, and the cost to repair and operate, and some cost for a little bit for signage and whatnot. So most of that, and then to answer the second part of that question, we call it force account labor match. So some of that is my time working with Jared that's paid out of other DNR funds. So our primary matches for this grant are volunteer hours from Camp Host and Forest Watch folks that coordinate through Jared and I, and then staff time supporting Jared in his role, including our DNR paid natural resource police officer matches some of the time. So Jared will work closely, especially on weekends, with that natural resource police officer. And some of that time is part of the force account major. So the labor, so the match component, a large portion of it is from DNR staff supporting this grant.
Got it. Great. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trip. Okay, we are at time on this project, but Denise, I see your hand is up. Is that left over, or do you have a quick question? Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the next project. Pete and Jared, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next project is, we're still with Department of Natural Resources. This is a Snoqualmie Corridor and Middle Fork Valley E&E project, number 24-2395. And I saw, is it Dyson? Are you going to be fielding questions on this project?
Hello, everybody. Just getting unmuted here and set up.
No worries. Okay. Hi, Dyson. Thank you so much for joining us. So we're going to go ahead and move on to this project. And so Dyson, if you just want to quickly introduce yourself to the evaluators, and then take about 30 seconds to just let them know what it is that you're applying for funding to do. And then we'll turn it over to the advisory committee to ask you questions.
Great. Sounds good. Hello, everybody. I'm Dyson Fowler. I'm with the Washington Department of Natural Resources Recreation Program. I'm in the South Puget Sound region, based in the Snoqualmie unit. My role is the recreation manager. I've been working in recreation with DNR for, I don't know, almost the last 10 years, about 8-9 years now. But I'm new to this role as a recreation manager. Only been in this role since about last summer in July, so about 8 months here. This is my first time doing the grant application, so been learning a lot, been having fun doing it. It's been a good experience. Yeah, so this first grant we're talking about here is our education and enforcement grant for the Snoqualmie Corridor and then the Snoqualmie Middle Fork Valley. Let's see here. Yeah, so grant funds for this are for education enforcement activities in the Snoqualmie Corridor. This is basically from along the I-90 corridor there, Issaquah, through kind of the foothills of the Cascades there to about exit 38 of I-90. In this area, there's about 200 miles of trail patrolled, 12 DNR managed trailheads, several day use areas. This area is in close proximity to the kind of Seattle metro area. We have an estimated kind of 200 million annual user visits. So just a huge number of people visiting these areas. So it's really crucial, that we have an E&E enforcement present on the landscape, just to, protect these areas, keep people safe, keep people, responsible and recreating, kind of with the correct etiquette and practices that we want to see on the landscape, and just keeping everybody safe and keeping the landscape safe as well. So
great. Thank you so much, Dyson. Trip, go right ahead. Oh, you're on mute, Trip.
Oh, I think that might just be a holdover from before.
Oh, is it? Okay. All right. John, go right ahead.
Hey guys, it wouldn't be fair if I didn't ask. In your E&E work, Mailbox Peak and all the cars that are parked by the do not park signs. Any progress on that?
Yeah, so yeah, as you can tell, some of our most popular trail areas, Mailbox Peak, Mount Si, areas on Tiger Mountain do kind of get almost overrun, or just, you know, a mass amount of users, especially in the busy summer months. Parking is definitely an issue. It has been, you know, at Mailbox Peak for a while. So we are working to improve that. I think having an E&E presence is a real way that we can address that. I think a lot of it is people, you know, don't know where they can park when the parking is full. And one thing, you know, having somebody on the landscape can do during these busy times is they can actually communicate with people as they're parking, can let them know, hey, you know, this trailhead is actually full, but there's actually a lot of other great areas to hike and recreate in, you know, along the Middle Fork Road, just, you know, just 100 feet down the road or a couple miles down the road, or other areas within our unit, Mount Si, or some of the lesser used areas, Tenerife. So kind of like trying to communicate to people and funnel them to different spots within our area that can give them a similar experience is one way we can address some of our limited parking. Additionally, we have some other programs like Trailhead Direct, which is a partnership with King County and the transit system there, where they're actually picking up people in metro areas in King County and shuttling them in, and can basically use the shuttle service and get dropped off at the trailheads, do their hike, get back on the shuttle, and get back to their vehicle. So kind of like a bus system. So that's been a program we've been implemented for the past couple seasons and seems to be working very well. And it's just one way we can try to kind of address these large numbers of users in limited parking spaces.
Okay, thanks. A little side humor, but I ran into one of your E&E officers a few years ago with all those cars parked along the Mailbox Peak area. And he made a comment that he didn't have enough tickets in his book to cite everybody.
Yeah, I believe that. So something we've been working on, and we're making some progress on kind of spreading people out from that one spot. But it's a very, very, you know, popular hike for a reason, because it's very beautiful.
All right. Thank you much.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John. Holly, go right ahead.
Hi, Dyson. I'm Holly English with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I wanted to highlight, I thought something unique about your application is that this would support a cross-agency position between DNR and Forest Service. And I think maybe we'll need more of this in the future. So could you kind of explain how that benefits both agencies and what that would look like, you know, in a field season? How do you parse out your time between the two?
Yeah, yeah, that's a cool thing that you know, we're implementing this season, and we're hoping to be implementing in the next grant cycle as well. So I don't know how many folks are familiar with the Snoqualmie and Middle Fork Valley, but basically the first there's a road that kind of follows the Middle Fork Valley there, and the first 7 miles or so are DNR managed landscape. This includes Mailbox Peak and other areas. And then right after that 7-mile mark, the road continues for another 5 miles or so. And that's all Forest Service managed land in there. And that actually is kind of a gateway into the Alpine Lakes Wilderness, which is a massive wilderness area. That's all Forest Service managed. So it's really, this is the area where we see this partnership happening, and we have basically a agreement within the Forest Service where we're contributing some funding for them to hire a seasonal E&E position that will kind of patrol the whole Middle Fork Valley and kind of work in both the DNR and the Forest Service areas, conducting E&E activities, which is really great, I think, especially because a lot of the public that recreates there, they don't really know or see the boundaries between state lands or federal lands or DNR or Forest Service. They don't know that. So having somebody that can kind of bridge the gap in those areas and just kind of freely work and do these activities in those zones, we think is going to be really beneficial. So we're excited about that. Like I said, we're planning that agreement for this summer is all signed and ready to go. And we're planning to do that for the next couple years. Basically, I believe Forest Service, we're providing funding to Forest Service, and they'll do the hiring, and will be housed under the Forest Service. And I believe it'll be a 6-month seasonal position.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you so much, Holly. Any last questions for Dyson on this project? All right, and I see none. Dyson, thank you so much for joining us.
Sure. I think I'm the next one to go, but I don't know if we're doing a break or not.
Yes, we do have a break right now, and I'm hoping we are running just a few minutes behind, so I'm hoping that we can cut our break from 15 minutes to 12 minutes and still come back at 2:25. And then that will get us back on schedule for the next project. So I'll see everybody back at 2:25.
Thank you.
Different hat, different background.
Hey Dyson, are you still there?
What's up?
Well, I don't know if I'm supposed to do this or not. I'm during a break, but I know that you're hovering out there. I'm just curious on the mailbox situation specifically, and some of the river access too. But is there any thought of increasing that parking area?
Definitely thought about it. I think the issue is there's a couple issues. Increasing our parking areas and renovating them is extremely expensive these days. So that's one prohibiting factor, as well as the area that we have there to work with is not massive. But and that's something we could, I'd like to see in the future. I think I'm sure a lot of the recreators would like to see an expansion there in the future. But there are other user groups or just other interested parties in the region that would maybe not like to see expanded parking. I think, not everybody wants,
Well,
to
I know
see
that,
these areas, continue to expand and take on more and more people, and I can understand that. So there's some, we kind of got to see it from both sides, where we want to try to provide the opportunity for the recreators, but also we got to take into account the environmental impact, the impact of what we can manage as an agency, and the wildlife impact, and all these different factors. So.
Well, I know the Forest Service spent a fortune, and I don't even know what it was, expanding the Franklin Falls parking lot. But the problem is these people keep coming.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So they're, the numbers are huge, and it just, is growing. So something, I kind of think will need to be addressed going forward. But like I said, we're trying to come up with some creative solutions first. Sound transit, offering alternative parking methods, that kind of thing. But yeah, there's probably going to be a point where we need to really look at that, particularly for that area, because the trailhead there is very small for how popular that area is.
Yeah, it'd be a shame. It's too bad we can't expand that upper parking lot. But okay, well, I just
someday, that could be a project that gets worked on. But yeah, it'll be, those huge planning effort, a lot of community engagement, and obviously a lot of funding needed for that, but could happen in the future.
Well, it seems like Mailbox Peak and of course Mount Si, all those get so much social media of people that never hiked before in their life, and here, go do this easy hike. And you and I both know Si and Mailbox are not exactly easy hikes. So
no, definitely not. Mailbox even, kind of has a history of being known as, the mountaineer training hike. And I think it's honestly renowned for that, in a way, for being, extremely steep and challenging. And a lot of people will seek that out as well. That can be, another driving factor. But yeah, social media, I think, is a huge driving force for the popularity of some of these spots.
Well, one of my favorite stories, and I think it happened possibly before you were take this position, but that group of guys that carried that fire hydrant to the top of Mailbox.
Yeah.
And then, of course, nobody knows where it went. I don't think anybody carried it back down.
I think we made them carry it back down. I think that was I wasn't in the role, but I was working in the on the recreation team when that happened, and I believe our E&E officer at the time was able to, because they had ended up leaving it up top, and that's not what we want people doing. That just is totally the opposite of the message. Like, there's the Mailbox up there, obviously, is a cool thing, but yeah, we don't want to add more junk to the top of the mountain. So he was able to track them down through social media and reach out to them and be like, hey, we need you guys to get that out of there. And I believe they did come up and do that. It was maybe a sports team or something that had done that as a team bonding activity or something.
That's what I had heard.
Yeah.
Too. The sports team, and there was all the rookies had to carry that thing up, but it could have been right. Anyway, okay, I'm going to hop off. I assume we're going to get restarted here in just a minute.
Sounds good. Nice chatting with you.
We are just 1 minute away from starting our next project. We'll let evaluators get back online. And Dyson, you've got this one as well, is that right?
That's right.
All right, fantastic. Well, we'll go ahead and get started. For evaluators, this is Department of Natural Resources, Snoqualmie Corridor Facilities and Trails M&O, project number 24-2472. And we've got Dyson with us, so go right ahead, Dyson, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators to ask you questions.
Great, thanks everybody. I just gave my brief intro, so I'll give a abbreviated one here. I'm Dyson Fowler, Washington DNR Recreation Program, Snoqualmie Unit Recreation Manager. So a little details about this particular grant here. This is our Snoqualmie Corridor Facility and Trails M&O grant. This will fund the maintenance of over 160 miles of non-motorized trails, primarily hiking, mountain biking, and equestrian use. And like I mentioned previously, due to the proximity to the Seattle metro area, as well as kind of the easily accessible year-round and frankly, high quality outdoor recreation opportunities we offer, we receive about, for these particular trails, about 1.25 million annual user visits. So an enormous amount of use. Like this does have some negative impacts, like we talked about parking, and just the sheer number of people out recreating on the landscape definitely has, impact on the trails that we are hoping to address with maintenance funds from this grant. Makes this grant really crucial for funding particularly professional staff who can work to maintain these areas to a high level of sustainability and safety for Washington recreators. So yeah, ready for questions whenever.
Thank you so much, Dyson. Any questions for Dyson on this project? Go ahead, Denise.
For the work you have, does any of the work involve bridges? And then would that be replacement or repair?
Yeah, so yeah, we actually have quite a few bridges spread out over the landscape. I believe the number count at this time is about 57 bridges. These range from, smaller wooden bridges to large steel structure bridges up to, 80 to 200 feet in length. So lots of bridges on the landscape. Funds from this grant wouldn't go to replacing any bridges. I think there would definitely not be enough funds for that. Bridges of these magnitude are very expensive. So, but funds will go to one staff that will be working to repair any damages to bridges. Nothing major planned, but usually, due to windstorms or things happening, trees falling, breaking some railings on a bridge, that kind of thing. Funds will go to staff to repairing those, as well as some costs to the materials needed to repair them. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Denise. And just to clarify, in the maintenance grants, so the actual replacement of bridges wouldn't be eligible in a maintenance grant, but they could replace portions of a bridge or do some repairing or replacing of deteriorated boards, stuff like that, but actual replacement of bridges themselves, we would expect to see something like that maybe more in a development grant than in a maintenance grant.
Exactly.
Great. Thank you very much, Denise. Sam, go right ahead.
Hey, Dyson. Could you touch on just the recent investments on new trails that DNR has produced in the last several years, and kind of why this is such a crucial component of keeping sites at a high service level, maintaining those investments? So it's not just kind of keeping the lights on for the existing system, but there's been a lot of new trail development that the state has led over the last decade or so. Thanks.
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, definitely. Like you mentioned, our area in particular has been, hugely investing in recreation development, particularly mountain bike trail systems. in the Raging River State Forest is basically a kind of new mountain bike trail system that was kind of came online back in 2017, 2018. And that was right when I kind of came in with DNR. And that was a 17-mile trail system that has now had multiple phases of expansion, and not just mountain bike trails. This is hiking and mountain biking and some equestrian use planned for the future anyways. The final trail system for that is going to be, upwards of 25 to 30 miles of trail. So lots of, those have been mainly funded through development grants. So just a huge investment from RCO and others, as well as we've developed areas on Tiger Mountain, mountain biking and hiking themselves, and developed, 40 miles of trail on that mountain in the last 10 years or so. So yeah, as far as, investment, just a huge amount of, new trails have been constructed, and that was really to try to kind of meet the need that we are seeing in this area for outdoor recreation. Like I mentioned, 1.25 million annual user visits is just like a huge number. So that was really, our development of the recreation in the area was kind of us reacting to that need and from the users to recreate on the landscape. So we're still kind of trying to catch up as far as offering recreation opportunities for people, but we've done, a huge amount of trail development in the past 10 years, which leads to us, crucially needing to acquire the, funds to maintain these things that we've invested in over the past years.
Great. Thank you so much, Sam and Dyson. Any additional questions for Dyson on this project? Or need for clarification on scope? Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
On the need fulfillment, there's discussion about a mountain bike and then the adaptive bike changing the trails. What percentage of the existing trails would be altered? Or is it just a section? How does that work?
Yeah, I don't know if I give a percentage. I can give kind of a mileage count. I would
Mileage
say,
is fine.
yeah, not a huge amount. I think the area in particular we're thinking of is in the Raging River State Forest, this new mountain bike trail system that was developed over the past several years. And there's already a section of the mountain bike trails there. It's kind of lower down on the mountain. It's about a 2.5 mile loop.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, I think the adaptive mountain bikers are using the lower portion of that trail. It's about 1 mile long. That is kind of built to be suitable and wide enough for their uses. So we're hoping to expand probably that whole 2.5 mile loop to be acceptable for that style of mountain bike. And that varies, these adaptive mountain bikes, they have a similar trail rating system to like what we will do for a mountain bike trail rating system, as far as like green, blue, black, so they have a similar system, but it's, geared towards the preferences of what their bikes are allowed. So more skilled riders will be able to ride more difficult trails, and the less skilled riders can ride, we'll need a slightly easier trail that is a little more, wider and more manicured for those things. So, but yeah, about 2.5 miles of trail would be the goal.
Okay.
To be acceptable for them. Yeah.
Great. Good question, Denise. Thank you. Any additional questions for Dyson? We've got just a couple more minutes left on this project. All right. I am seeing none. Dyson, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah. Thank you for your time.
All right. Okay, and next up we have Department of Natural Resources, LB Equestrian System Maintenance. This is project number 24-2412. And who from DNR will be fielding questions on this project?
That'd be me, Aiden Simmons.
Hi, Aiden. Thank you very much for being here. So we'll go ahead and get you started. Just a reminder, we have 10 minutes set aside for this project. If you want to take about the first 30 seconds to introduce yourself to the advisory committee, provide a brief description of what you're applying for funding for, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators to ask you questions.
Okay, perfect. I'm Aiden Simmons. I'm the acting LB Recreation Manager for the Department of Natural Resources. I've been in the position since May of 2024, but I've been with the LB Unit Recreation since April 2016. I have seen the use of our forest grow. The trails continue to be improved and maintained while trying to build infrastructure for what the future might bring us. For this project specifically, 2424-12, the LB Equestrian System Maintenance. This project has been improving user safety and enhancing rider enjoyment for over 30 years. It offers 40 miles of equestrian and hiking trails, 7 day use areas, 3 trailheads, and 1 campground. The trails provide excellent views of the valleys and mountain ranges in our area. Over the past years, we have been updating and improving our infrastructure as it's wearing out. The project has bridge puncheons that need a few deck boards replaced. The trail needs several spots reshaped for proper water management, and of course, constant monitoring of wind and debris damage. The community really enjoys camping in our 20-acre, 30-site campground year-round with quick, easy access to our trails.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Aiden. Any questions for Aiden on this project? Or scope clarification needed? Go ahead, Denise.
For the usage on the Nova, you put 25,000 counted. What year is that for?
Can you repeat the question?
For the Nova recreation usage, you have 25,000 counted. I'm just wondering what year that was from.
Is that for the data of the people coming in?
Yeah.
That's going to be, sorry, what?
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, trail counters and cell data.
Yes, trail counters and cell data. I believe that the cell data was from this past year, and then the trail counters have been up there. We keep them up year round.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Denise. Any other questions for Aiden on this project? All right. John, go right ahead.
Hey, Adrian, it's been a while since I've been up to your facility, but as I recall, some of the equestrian trails are almost within 50, 60 feet of the motorized trails. Have you been able to get a better separation so the equestrians have equal access to the area?
Yeah, there's no overlapping of our trails. All of the equestrian trails are south of the 8 road, and all the ORV trails are north of the 8 road. So there's no overlap with them, no day use trailheads even close to each other. So there's not much separation added to it because they're on separate parts of the forest.
Okay, and then also is the camping separated from motorized and equestrian?
Correct. The motorized campers have their own campground, and the non-motorized horse equestrian have their own campground as well.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Great. Thanks so much, John. Any other questions for Aiden on this project? Right. I am seeing none. Aiden, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
All right, and we're going to move on to Department of Natural Resources. Their South Puget Sound Region Facilities Cleaning Project, which is 24-2396. And it looks like, is this Pete
Hey,
Allen?
It's me again. I got a new hat and background for y'all.
You sure do. Welcome
It's Pete
back.
Allen again from the Hood Canal
All right.
District to present for this one.
Fantastic. All right. So
Want me to
if
pop
you want
into
to
an
just,
intro?
yeah, go ahead and do a quick introduction and just briefly let us know what you're applying for
not hearing
funding
people.
for.
Let's see.
Oh, can you hear me, Pete?
See, I'm not hearing other people.
All right.
Let's see.
I'm going to keep talking.
Sorry, there we go. I got
There
you.
we go.
There was some
Okay.
technical difficulties on my end. I apologize.
No worries. All right, Pete. Well, welcome back. And we're going to go ahead and get started with the with the DNR South Puget Sound Region Facilities Project. And yeah, feel free to reintroduce yourself if you so choose to, and just provide a brief description of what you're applying for funding for, and then we will turn it over to evaluators to ask you questions.
Sure. The purpose of this grant is to improve routine cleaning and maintenance of recreation facilities in 3 of our management areas. And you've just spoken to all 3 of us, Dyson and Snoqualmie, and we're all in the same conference room at a conference right now. So, and Aiden, and it's in the LB Hills and the Hood Canal Recreation Management Landscapes. So these are really busy management areas, obviously in South Puget Sound region. And then this would be 47 of the restrooms, so a little over half of the restrooms that we have in these management areas are non-highway roads eligible. So this is to cover the cleaning year-round of these restrooms using our negotiated state contracts for janitorial services. So overall, the big takeaway here is the cost for janitorial services plus it goes prevailing wage for the county plus a percentage is how those contracts are written. All of those come in, even with the higher rates in King County, at less than the loaded wages for our own staff. So what we pay for our own staff is more expensive than this. So this should increase staff availability in the 3 management areas it's greatly needed, and lower the cost of some maintenance, and hopefully improve cleanliness and maintenance, reduce some long-term maintenance cost, and potentially reduce the amount of vandalism and public abuse that we see at a lot of these restroom facilities just by keeping it cleaner and more eyes and people there. We're hoping that will be a result here. Happy to match component for this one is mainly WCC crew labor, that they do some restocking and painting and maintenance on the bathrooms, DNR staff labor, force account labor, and some volunteer hours from some camp hosts and other volunteers that restock the bathrooms but do not clean them. So all ancillary tasks supporting this. And I would love to entertain some questions.
All right, thank you so much, Pete. Any questions for Pete on this project? Go ahead, Denise.
Can you explain a bit about the numbers for the project serving Nova users? It's put at 1.5 million.
Yep. That number is an estimate. I don't have exact numbers based on each restroom. So I took about I took 40% of the usage, the percentage of bathrooms that we're servicing with this contract versus the entire amount, the cell phone data that was, the Tableau data for the 3 management areas around that were the primary management areas there. So that's an estimate. Okay. I don't have really strong numbers for this grant, but the best I could come up with. The other way that I've been estimating and collaborating the trail counter and cell phone data has been through pump outs, which is an interesting way to look at it. And it's corroborated our cell phone data. It's based over the kind of low estimates we get from trail counters that are somewhat unreliable. And then there were some assumptions with the Tableau data because it was for the 3 state agencies. Those numbers may actually be slightly underreported as well. In the case of the Hood Canal District, all of the destination traffic to our lakes, we have a number of lowland lakes that we manage for fishing access. That all goes to Fish and Wildlife, even though we maintain the roads and the sites and pump the outhouses and the toilets. So exact numbers, no, but the best I could come up with when putting this grant together, and I think it's pretty accurate. It's about 40%, a little under 40% of the total usage for the 3 management areas, if that makes sense. About a third.
Great, thank you very much, Denise. Any other questions for Pete on this project? All right, Pete, I am seeing none. Thank you so much again for joining us.
All right, y'all stay awesome. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. All right, and we're going to move on to Department of Natural Resources. their LBORV system maintenance project, which is 24-2413. And who from DNR do we have fielding questions on this project?
That'll be me, Aiden Simmons again.
Welcome back, Aiden. All right, so if you want to go ahead and provide a brief description of what this project is, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators.
Yeah, project 24-2413. LBORV system maintenance. This project has seen a lot of growth over the past few years. The off-road community is always growing and wanting to test out their newest creations or modifications to their vehicles. They really enjoy LB as we have a variety of loops in our trail system, and the weather is always changing the trail conditions and challenges. Our goal is to maintain our 13 miles of trail, 1 ORV campground, and day use parking areas, while being one of the only 4x4 recreation opportunities open year-round in our geographical area.
All right, thank you so much. Any questions on this project? Nicole?
Hi, Nicole Phillips. I'm representing Motorized. I'm looking at your numbers as far as visitation or users, and it seems rather low at 25,000 users. I'm going to assume that you collected that data through cellular data. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, we did collect that through cellular data, and I don't know if it has anything to do with the fact of LB for the longest time had not real good cell service in the whole valley for accessing points, so that might be a factor of it, but I do believe that number is slightly low from what we actually see out in the field.
Right. And I know you have quite an active volunteer base. Do you know approximately how many volunteer hours were put into LB OHV over the last couple of years or year? Can you give an estimate?
I'm going to say we average about 600 hours of work parties, 6 work parties a year.
Great. Thanks for all you do, Aiden.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Any other questions for Aiden? Holly, go right ahead.
Hi, Aiden. I'm Holly from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. I just had a question about the cost benefit statement. So I see that it says the grant will allow for around 12,162 per mile per year for trail maintenance. So is that your cost per mile, or am I reading that wrong?
For the overall project, yes, that's what it would break down to, with staff time being out on the trails themselves for staff time, and then the material needed for that. Because with us only having 13 miles of trail, it's more of a condensed area.
Okay, so that's staff time plus the materials for the
Correct.
trail work. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Any other questions on this project? All right, I am seeing none. And Aiden, I believe you're doing the next project as well?
I am.
Fantastic. Okay, so for evaluators, this is the LB and Tahoma Education and Enforcement Project number 24-2414. And go right ahead, Aiden.
So this is our second time applying for this grant. The Education Enforcement Officer patrols both LB and Tahoma State Forest for roughly 50,000 acres of coverage. After receiving funding last time, we were able to hire and train our education enforcement warden, whom now can write tickets. Since hiring her, we have seen a decrease in illegal dumping, gate vandalism, and theft of our forest products. She has set a routine and really enjoys getting out of the truck and talking to all the visitors. She provides them with information about our forest, the way we are funded, and the overall goals of the area. And then she can also direct them where to buy Discover passes and other goods.
All right, thank you so much. Any questions for Aiden on this project?
Yeah. Hi, Trip Williams representing the hiking community. I just had a question on your non-government support, question number 6. And you mentioned the strong partnership with the Mount Tahoma Trails Association. Just curious if you have others worth mentioning. This is the only one really cited by name, and it specifically mentions the snow park.
Right.
But are there others that you would mention or that you think are worth us being aware of?
Mount Tahoma Trail Association is the one that we do work with the most, especially when it comes to the snow park and snow park funding for this position. As for that, it's just other volunteer groups out in the area, which like the ORV folks normally self-patrol, but they do pass along information that's needed. And then the non-motorized side, the other agencies that we kind of co-work with would be the local fire department if they need to come out for search and rescues or emergency response type stuff.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Trip. Any other questions for Aiden on this project? I am seeing none. Aiden, thank you so much for joining us. Greatly appreciated.
Yeah, thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. All right. And I'm going to go a little bit out of schedule here because we are running a bit early and we have our next presenter here. And it looks like that is Josh. So Josh, if you're ready, I think we'll go ahead and just move on into your project, which is the Northwest Region Education and Enforcement North Zone Project, which is 24-2378. And then we'll take a break after this project. So Josh, if you want to go ahead and take about the first 30 seconds to introduce yourself and your project to the evaluators, and then we'll turn it over to them to ask you questions.
Thank you, Karen. Thanks everyone for being here. It's probably been a long day on your end. My name is Josh Boswell. I am with the Department of Natural Resources in Northwest Region. The E&E grant that I'm going for now, we're going to use that grant to provide education and enforcement services across 3 major recreation landscapes in the northern Puget Sound area, totaling over 73,000 acres and more than over 90 miles of motorized and non-motorized trails. The 3 areas that this covers is Walker Valley Off-Road Vehicle Area, Blanchard Mountain Non-Motorized Recreation Area, and Harry Osborne Equestrian Area. This project will fund 1 full-time, year-round recreation warden. It's a field position that will focus on user safety, education, and enforcement, and the development of education materials. Additionally, this position will coordinate and supervise volunteer efforts to educate recreational visitors about recreation rules and the goals of natural resource stewardship. The purpose of the project is just to promote safe and responsible recreation and natural resource protection. The primary recreation opportunity is safe and sustainable use of both motorized and non-motorized trail and supporting facilities. I guess to summarize, we have a large amount of people visiting these 3 areas that are lower in elevation, that during the winter time, a lot of other areas are snowed out or unavailable. And this position is pretty vital to keeping the rules known and educating the public on the issues that we're facing, as well as promoting safety.
Great.
You guys have, that's about it for my
All right.
intro.
Thank you so much,
Happy to-
Josh. Lance, go right ahead.
I'm Lance, and one of my questions is, with the gate closed at Harry Osborne, is the patrol person going to be more focusing on the other 2 forests? And is their plan with and proper enforcement to reopen the gate to the Harry Osborne Forest?
I don't know about the future of the gate reopening. I know that couple years ago, that gate was put in due to the difficult time we had with getting dispersed campsites getting taken over by folks and activities that were illegal. As far as reopening that, I don't know what the future holds there. I think the plan is for now to continue patrolling trails within the HO, even though the gate is closed. But yeah, the on the ground reality, sometimes that person is going to spend more time on areas that are facing acute needs. I think last year, or I guess as things were coming to a head at HO, that our E&E recreation warden spent probably 50% of her time there trying to resolve those issues. And now it's probably a lot less because there's less need.
Thank you very much, Josh. Beth, I saw you popped on. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, that was a great response by Josh. I was just gonna say we're also thinking this might come up in the Harry Osborne maintenance grant, which is in a couple. It'll be after the break, but just that while the road system is gated, the trailhead is still open, and the non-motorized trail system. So, like Josh mentioned, there's still education and enforcement happening on the non-motorized trail system and the trailhead. So the E&E will be spending time out on the Harry Osborne system to ensure that appropriate recreation is happening and that everyone's having a safe and enjoyable recreation experience out there.
Great. Thank you, Beth. Thank you for that question, Lance. Any other questions for Josh on this project? Oh, Holly, go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm Holly with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. I just had a question about non-government contributions. It looks like the Mount Tahoma Trails Association helps you out with a solid in-kind contribution and funding. Do you have any other support user groups? They look like they're probably primarily winter focused, or do they also assist in the summer?
We get year-round help from our volunteer base. So there's one motorized area that I'll be talking about next that this patrols that has a pretty involved group that coming up in April, we're going to be putting on a trash cleanup volunteer event where we also educate the public and get people familiar with the recreation rules and how to sustainably recreate on motorized trail. So there's a number of different groups that help out in the motorized realm, and then there's the I'm blanking on the name, but the equestrian groups up at the HO that help out quite a bit, and they also help out at Blanchard, who has like multi-use trail up there as well. And there's less typical groups like the Free Flight Club that help out at the trailhead and the Blanchard Overlook, the Samish Overlook rather. But yeah, we're dealing with a lot of just keeping people informed about the things that we're facing, which is like theft, vandalism, and then more simple stuff such as like just the Discover Pass. But yeah, the Backcountry Horsemen of Washington and Whatcom counties have been key partners as well.
Well,
And I just wanted to jump on, Holly. I think you were asking about the Mount Tahoma Trails Association, and that was for the previous grant, the LB Education and Enforcement. They are not active in their localized to the LB area, so they're not on this grant, the Northwest
Okay,
Education and Enforcement. Yeah.
okay,
So
great.
thanks, Beth.
Yeah, I just want to underscore, I thought you did a good job of outlining some of the problems that you're facing, and it's very similar to the problems that we're facing on Fish and Wildlife lands in the nearby area. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for that question.
Thank you so much, Holly. Any more questions for Josh? Before we break for our last afternoon break of the day. I am seeing none. Josh, thank you so much for joining us. Beth, thank you very much. And we will go
Thank you.
ahead and break for afternoon. And our next project is scheduled for 3:40, but I've been in touch with DNR. It sounds like they are going to be ready for us. So let's go ahead and take 15 minutes, be back at 3:15, and we'll just go ahead and stay ahead of schedule. And we'll, yeah, so 15 minutes and we'll see you back here at 3:15. All right, as we are coming back from our last afternoon break, I will start getting the next project ready. And this is going to be Department of Natural Resources Walker Valley Off-Road Vehicle Trails M&O, which is project number 24-2373. And Josh, are you fielding questions for this one as well?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want me
All
to jump
right.
into an intro?
Yeah, we'll just go ahead and give evaluators just another minute to jump on.
Sounds good.
And then we'll start right at 3:15 just to make sure that they have time to get on here. And it looks like we're there, so go right ahead, Josh. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Karen. Welcome back, everyone. It's me again, Josh Boswell, working from the Northwest region for the Department of Natural Resources. We're going to use this grant to conduct year-round maintenance on 40 miles of ORV trails and supporting trailhead facilities in Walker Valley ORV Trails area. It's one of the 3 year-round motorized areas in all of the state, and it's located along the I-5 corridor in between Seattle and Bellingham. This project will provide funding for a recreation maintenance steward. Maintenance will include trail hardening, brushing trails, maintaining bridges, culverts, and other trail infrastructure for the purpose of water quality and erosion control. The trailhead maintenance will include cleaning and maintaining toilets, signs, litter removal, grading and surfacing of parking areas and roads. This position also identifies and directs work projects for the Washington Conservation Corps crews and works with volunteers and other partners. And it also provides for the materials, the rock, the culvert, and the decking needed to keep up with maintenance on a busy ORV trail system.
Great. Thank you so much, Josh. Any questions for Josh on this project? Or scope clarification needs? Nicole?
Yes, Nicole, representing Motorized. I see in your, let's see, metrics and costs, this is covering equipment. Can you go a little bit deeper into what kind of equipment you're purchasing with these funds?
I don't believe we are covering equipment. Let me know if I'm wrong, Nicole. Where are you seeing that?
I thought I read it in your metrics and cost. And then while I'm looking for that, it says that there's a 10% of backlog maintenance. And I know you just said earlier that there was over 1,000 hours of volunteer hours. So I'm just wondering how that pans out. What projects are left? Because that's a lot of volunteer hours.
I think it's like 2,000 over the course of the 2-year cycle that we normally get in volunteer hours. So that's like 1,000 hours per year of volunteer time, which is a lot. I think the backlog, 10% backlog maintenance refers to trails that are currently needing heavy repair. And that, in my mind, that's a lot of Tueller Trail. There's the Upper Centennial Trail, Boy Scout Trail, and a few others that are needing heavy maintenance.
Gotcha.
And then There was a few different things on your question. Did I get did I get to them all?
Well, I am looking at a volunteer logging book for 2024, and it is over 1,000 hours just from volunteers that we've submitted. So that is just for 1 year.
Right. Yeah.
I was just wondering why there's a discrepancy if that was for 2 years.
I think I put 2,000 hours as a rough estimate because we would rather not overestimate how much volunteer time we'll get. But generally, we do have more than that. But I wanted to be conservative on the match side and not overrepresent that, so to speak.
Gotcha. Thank you. And thanks for all you do.
Yeah.
I appreciate
No,
it.
yeah, thank you, Matt.
And Nicole, did we need to get some clarification on equipment on this project? I'm not seeing equipment either.
I thought that I just read it. I will keep looking, but
Okay, maybe I missed it.
We might have some wording in there for equipment rental, but I'm not sure. I think most of that we're getting covered on other funds.
all right, I did find it. It's under your need fulfillment, under metrics and costs, under project goals and objectives. But it is equipment operation. And then under number 2, it says heavy and standard maintenance using DNR equipment. So
Yeah.
that's where I probably got that from.
Okay, yeah. So a lot of our heavy maintenance is done with motorized haulers that we have here at the DNR. But we aren't charging the grant for that maintenance, or we don't have equipment purchasing as a scope of this project.
So it must just be existing equipment, but you need operators to operate that equipment.
Yeah,
Got it.
so yeah, that's just part of the tools that we use to get the work done.
Thank you for that question, Nicole. All right, I thought I saw another hand up, but I did not catch whose it was. Did anybody have any additional questions on this project? All right, I am seeing none. Josh, thank you so much. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the Blanchard and Harry Osborne M&O project. And I saw that Dan just popped on his camera. So Dan, are you fielding questions for this project?
Yes, that's correct. My name is Dan DeVoe. I'm the Baker District Maintenance Manager. I also have Chris Henke, our District Manager for Baker District, here on the call to answer any questions if we need be.
Great. Thank you so much for that, Dan. If you want to give just like a quick 30-second what this project does, and then we will go ahead and hand it over to evaluators to ask you questions.
Beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, so the project application 2374, which is the Blanchard and Harry Osborne Maintenance and Operation Grant here. And here at the Department of Natural Resources, we'll use this grant to conduct year-round maintenance on non-motorized rec trails and trailhead facilities within Blanchard State Forest and Harry Osborne Forest Block, both located in Skagit County. This will fund a trail steward position, which is responsible for maintaining and coordinating the maintenance of a total of 58 miles of trail, which is 18 in Blanchard and 40 in Harry Osborne. And that includes 4 trailheads and 3 campgrounds. As Josh just said, what trailhead and trail maintenance was, so I'll kind of bypass that. But the primary recreation opportunity provided by this project is safe and sustainable recreation, non-motorized recreation on our trails and campground facilities. These landscapes provide rec opportunities for hikers, mountain bikers, equestrian, as well as the soaring community within 20 minutes of the I-5 corridor. These landscapes are working forests that systematically undergo timber harvest Maintenance on the rec facilities in Blanchard and Harry Osborne is a critical component of the mission to provide rec opportunities while preserving and conserving the ecology of these forests and what lies downstream.
Great, thank you so much, Dan. Any questions for Dan on this project? Or need for clarification on the scope? All right, that's a good sign, Dan. Must have been very clear. That's great.
Well, thank you, Ken.
Right. Well, Dan, thank you so much for being here. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next project now, which is DNR's Cascade District ORV Maintenance and Operations Project. And who will be fielding questions?
That would be me.
Hi. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
Absolutely.
So this, for evaluators, this is project number 24-2505. And if you want to go ahead and take a quick 30 seconds to introduce yourself to the evaluators and a brief description of this project, and then we'll hand it over to evaluators to ask you questions if they have any.
Absolutely. So I am Hobbs Barber. Sorry if it's kind of echoey. I'm in a back room because somehow our office got loud. Anyway, my name is Hobbs Barber. I'm the recreation manager for the Cascade District. So I work primarily in Reeder Foothills and a few other places. This particular project is for our ORV maintenance and operations, specifically in Reeder Foothills. So mostly what this project aims to do is fund our trail steward position, who takes care of a lot of that maintenance needs, kind of going out, observing, making sure things that are sustainable and safe. We'll also cover a little bit of simple things like some signs, some small equipment purchases, things like that, that the trail steward might need to get their job done. The overall goal is to keep things safe and sustainable and keep it available for future generations.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Hobbs. Any questions on this project? Or any scope clarification needs? Holly, go right ahead.
Hi, Hobbs. I'm Holly from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Howdy.
Welcome today. Hi, I'm just looking at your cost benefit statement, and thank you for explaining why your cost per mile of trail is a little bit higher. I just want to make sure I understand. It's because it's not just log out, you're dealing with structures, more expensive repair and replace or just repair of structures. Is that correct?
Yeah, most of that, let's see, I'm trying to find where I wrote there. A lot of that is because the way that the trails were built, especially like the 4x4 trail and a lot of the ATV trails, they don't have unnatural structure to them, but they're built in a pretty expensive way to be very durable and very safe. So when they do need maintenance, it tends to be more expensive than your average trail.
Yeah, I was trying to imagine, this is where pictures help. So are you talking about like hardening, different types of materials for hardening on steep hills, things like that?
Oftentimes, yes. Again, because a lot of this is ORV type stuff, we do have to use a lot of hardening in our trails to make sure that they're sustainable. They're not going to erode away. So there's some areas that have things, where we may have used concrete to make sure that structures stay where they're supposed to be. And if that structure needs work, like we have one area right now that we're working on water mitigation, but it's an area that has concrete. So that incurred cost of working with concrete there kind of brings that mileage or that cost per mile up. Likewise, in some of our areas, we do have fairly large obstacles, I guess you could call them. Again, I don't want to say they're not unnatural structures, but things like boulders that have been moved into place that if they need to be moved, we have to bring in actual like heavy equipment to move them around and resecure them.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your explanation.
Absolutely.
Good clarification. Thank you for that question, Holly. Any other questions for Hobbs on this project? All right, I am seeing none. Thank you so much, Hobbs.
Absolutely.
All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to the last project of the day, which is another DNR project, which is Cascade District Education and Enforcement Steward. This is project number 24-2504. And Hobbs, is this one yours as well?
It is, yeah.
Fantastic. All right, well, I'll go ahead and hand it over to you to give the advisory committee a brief description of the project, and then we'll hand it over for questions.
Okay, yeah, so again, I mean, I'm Bob, I'm still the recreation manager for the Cascade District. This grant is for our education and enforcement program. Primarily, again, it is to fund, the main kind of focus is to fund the education and enforcement trail steward position itself. This position will concentrate in a couple of different areas. We have Reeder Foothills, obviously, that's in both the non-motorized and motorized side of Reeder Foothills. We also have Forest Glade, Salton Basin, and the Morningstar Natural Resource Conservation Area. Again, most of this position is going to focus in our areas of high use. So you're looking at places like Reeder Foothills in particular. We have a lot of educating to do out there, basically. I actually used to be the warden, so I have a pretty good understanding of where that comes in. But all of those areas have different needs. It depends on kind of where our warden is going to be at any given time. You may also notice I kind of switch between warden and recreation trail steward, or education and enforcement trail steward, just two common names. But yeah, the idea here is to provide education, on the ground presence. We get a lot of people asking questions about DNR in general, and this is a position and a program that actually gets DNR out in front of people and gives us a chance to educate them. So that's the goal.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Hobbs. Any
Absolutely.
questions for Hobbs on this project? Denise?
Hi, if I read it correctly, is that one of the positions new to the position? And will they work in tandem with the current law enforcement? I'm not sure I was reading it correctly.
Yeah, that's a good question. I kind of wrote that in a slightly weird way. When I was writing this grant, I had just moved out of the warden position into the into the recreation manager position. So at the time of writing this, we were just hiring on our new warden, our new trail steward. So not trail steward, education and enforcement steward. There we go. I got my grants mixed up. So at the time I was writing this, I kind of said, oh yeah, you know, this is a new warden, but in reality, no, it's not. Our warden, he's already here. He's gone through probation and everything like that. He does work with our law enforcement folks and with everybody else. But yeah, I kind of worded that strangely, especially given that by the time this grant actually goes active, he will not be a new warden at all. He'll actually have quite a bit of experience.
Okay, so it's just one position.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Denise. John, go right ahead.
Hey, Hobbs, you mentioned Reeder quite a bit, and historically it's had a huge conflict of environmental groups, user groups. This position I assume, is reducing those conflicts. Is that, am I reading between the lines?
Yes, it is. Well, can I ask a clarifying, I guess, just reducing the conflict between these different interest groups?
Yeah, I guess when, years ago, before it was kind of divided up between non-motorized and motorized, it seemed like there was quite a bit of need for separating the groups. Is that a better way of saying it?
Yes, that makes more sense. Yeah, so that is definitely one of the things that this program works on, is kind of, it's educating people as to the different uses of Reeder and why they are where they are. So, saying, hey, this is why we're asking motorized folks to stay on the motorized trails. This is why we're asking non-motorized folks, like, hey, maybe don't bring your horse over into a 4x4 trail, because it's not a good overlap. One of the things we're actually looking forward to, and I guess I'll preface this a little bit with our education enforcement program. In terms of the education and public outreach that's done, that's going to be a combination between myself and the warden, kind of working on an actual education plan, although it will mostly be the warden who's actually delivering that message on the ground. One of the places that we're looking forward to doing that is in the new parking lot, because it's going to be a fairly large area where we can reach a lot of different people at once and kind of spread that overall message. So hopefully that answers your question, but yes, that is definitely a part of this position.
Okay, and you mentioned the new parking lot. I didn't see anybody else with their hands up quite yet. That new parking lot was just put in. How's it working?
I mean, it's actually not in yet. The construction is ongoing, but that's for now not really. So we're not really doing anything with it. It's still being constructed.
Okay, yeah, I know that at one point there was some concerns of enough room in there for trailers, equipment trailers of people coming in to recreate. So
yeah, I mean, sorry. Oh, I was going to say, I mean, we're getting a little bit off this grant topic, but yeah, I mean, looking at those blueprints, there's quite a lot of space for trailers and a variety of people in that parking lot.
Well, it's badly needed because you sure get heavy usage up there.
I agree.
And personally, I'm just glad to see that you're applying to get a more education up there of the users, because at least in my belief, an awful lot of the user conflicts can be resolved by just education.
Yeah, and that is something I did want to highlight, is that both myself and our current warden definitely take an education first standpoint. We both come from kind of an education background, so we're both used to kind of public outreach and talking to the public, which is great.
Well, keep up the good work, as it's readers of a valuable asset. Would hate to have it fly apart. So thank you much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any other questions for Hobbs on this project? I am seeing none. Hobbs, thank you very much for joining us.
All right. Thank you.
All right. And that was our last project of today. So I will go ahead and just let everybody know that you have been watching day 2 of the 2025 evaluation meeting for the non-highway and off-road vehicle activities program. We are finished with today's evaluations, where local, state, and federal agencies and nonprofit off-road vehicle organizations have answered evaluator questions for project proposals for funding to develop and manage recreation opportunities in Washington, along with some planning projects, along with funds for education and enforcement programs that encourage responsible use of the outdoors. Feel free to join us tomorrow for our final day, when this team of volunteers will continue to meet with applicants and evaluate more project proposals in the non-highway and off-road vehicle activities program. To learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office and grants available in Washington State, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. And thank you so much for joining us. All right, I am going to go ahead and stop